Are we still observing COVID protocols? Or? There's an apology. We're supposed to have started, I think, 15 minutes ago. We are a bit delayed. We are just waiting for the Deputy Minister to arrive. Once the Deputy Minister arrives, then we will start with the program. Just apologies on that. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Technology is a bit of a challenge right now, so we'll work from the podium. Welcome, everyone. My name is Cornet Tabiso Mamabolo, and I'm actually quite excited to be here. I'm so excited to be here to be part of one of the biggest youth conventions that is happening in our country, where young people will actually be learning a lot from trade. My name is Cornet, and a lot of you know me as an actor from a show called Skim Sam, and recently on a show that is on DSTV called The River, where I was playing the character Lerumo, the serial killer. But there's more that I do. There's more that I do. I'm in business. In the year 2014, there's a company that I established, an insurance company called Digny Financial Services. At the inception of the company, what we were offering was just the sales of funeral policies, and we've managed to grow over the years, where we are now offering comprehensive insurance products, health insurance benefits, and through our CSI, there's a recent program that we are doing for the young people, and the name of the program is called Take a Boy Child to Work. And we've intentionally focused on young boys that are not doing well in schools, because the majority of programs that get into the high school environment, they only prioritize those that are doing well. But an exciting one for me as well is a program that we're doing under National Skills Fund through our sister company called K-Boning Consulting Services, where we have 738 young people in Ikuruleni that we are training on ICT, alternative housing, civil and construction, where we are also training them on cold room. And these are young people, actually they are in some of our beneficiaries are in the crowd there wearing red. We've got a responsibility to be training them and also making sure that they find employment in the labor market. Now, on a lighter note, this is what is exciting for me more actually, is the fact that I will be hosting this amazing convention with a goddess, a learned friend, and Miss South Africa 2022. Let's give a round of applause for Ndabi.
Thank you so much for that warm welcome. Now, I am no actress, and I'm sure you have not seen me on Skim Sam. But I am Miss South Africa 2022. My name is Ndabi Nukeri, and I'm not only here to represent the beauty of South Africa, but I am a BCom Investment Management degree graduate from the University of Pretoria. I previously worked in angel investing as well as in asset management before I was crowned Miss South Africa. And during my reign, I have focused all my energies towards working with youth development by focusing on educational inequality. I have launched a campaign called EduNite, where we focus on bridging that gap through visiting these schools and ensuring that every learner, no matter what corner of the country they come from, they get all the opportunities that they need and receive a quality education. But that's not why we're here today. Today we are here at the 2023 BRICS Youth Trade Convention to talk about everything that the youth needs to trade in Africa. Now, it is critical for the young people to play an active role in contributing towards shaping the discourse and infusing groundbreaking ideas that could be to the benefit of the growth and development of the country and BRICS countries, respectively. Now, that is why we're here today, creating a platform for young people to engage the 5 BRICS chairship priorities. Now, getting more young people to leverage on opportunities that are brought out by the African Continental Fair Trade Area is important for us and for them to understand that the aims and the objectives of the agreement are for them to be able to form part of the regional value chains. Now, let's work together to create a network of young people that can exchange ideas and expertise on how to grow in their trade. Now, to do the opening remarks, I'll be calling forward a representative from the NYDA. She's the Executive Deputy Chairperson of the NYDA and a Deputy Chairperson of South Africa's BRICS Youth Association, Karabo Mohale. Now, Ms. Mohale is a development specialist who holds a Master's of Arts in Development from the University of Sussex in the United Kingdom. She was appointed by the President of South Africa through the recommendation of Parliament to serve as the Executive Deputy Chairperson of the National Youth Development Agency, and she is responsible for investment and special projects in the agency to drive transformation and socio-economic inclusion of young people. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Karabo Mohale.
Thank you very much to our beautiful and handsome hosts. Tibos from Skim Sam. We're hoping that you're going to go back one of these good days, as well as Miss South Africa. And I really just want to comment that she has been challenging us because more often than not, when we think about beauty pageants, when we think about Miss South Africa, we do not think about young women who possess skills and expertise. More often than not, we just relegate them to just being beautiful faces, and we want to thank you for challenging the narrative about the wealth of wisdom and knowledge and expertise that you carry. And how more befitting, because you're an investment graduate yourself from the University of Pretoria. But let me take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to just observe protocol. We've got the High Commissioner of Mauritius in our presence, His Excellency, welcome. We've got the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Honorable Buti Manamela, welcome, Deputy Minister. We've got different speakers, honorable guests from BRICS countries, as well as our panelists. We want to thank you for joining us and for honoring us. We really must say, DM, that they all arrived on time. They actually arrived before us. When we arrived, we found Dr. Masuta, who is the advisor of the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, already waiting with the keys. He said, I must be here on time, I'm here. So we want to thank all of you for honoring us and joining this groundbreaking initiative. But more so, it is my singular honor to welcome all of you to the BRICS Youth Trade Convention. This is a deliberate move to ensure that we etch the participation of young people in multilateral platforms, but more so to ensure that they play a meaningful role in ensuring that there is transformation in all of these platforms that we speak about. Today, as we gather, ladies and gentlemen, we want to say to all of you that this is a moment for you not only to interact and to network, but also to sell your ideas. There are investors here, there are people who can be able to sign checks. There's the chairperson of the BRICS Youth Association. He's got quite great connects in Russia. He might just sign a check for you. So don't sit here and leave with people that you came with. So I'm already hinting in the areas that you should be engaging with. I want to say that the board of the National Youth Development Agency took a deliberate decision to ensure that the knowledge that we all acquire in different spaces, we translate it to young people. We're here today because this convention was born out of a desire that was developed when we attended the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Business Forum, which was led by His Excellency, the SG Wamkelemene in Cape Town, where he said it is important for us to move as an African continent, but more so to understand that Africa's challenges are Africa's opportunities. So the challenges that you find in your communities, in your societies, that is where groundbreaking innovations to change our societies is going to come from. In this very forum, ladies and gentlemen, we're reminded of the words of Thomas Sankara, who said, we must dare to imagine the future. The African Continental Free Trade Area gives us an opportunity to imagine this future. A future of Africa that invests in the total liberation of its people by fighting the scourge of poverty, violence, inequality, hunger, and unemployment. An Africa that values partnership and cooperation to the benefit of all. The time is at hand, ladies and gentlemen, for us to build a resilient continent that is anchored on production-intensive sectors and we're able to ensure that trade becomes accessible to young people. A time for us to invest in structural reforms that allows the most marginalized to find space in their produce in different markets. It should not be unimaginable that a young person who comes from Limpopo, being a tomato farmer, can take and export their tomatoes to Ghana. That should not be unimaginable. It should be a future and a present we desire to have. A continent that invests in its own industrialization, as well as hold each other accountable and imbues a spirit of servanthood in its leaders. We must appreciate those that lead us at every proximal angle, but also to remind them that their service is not a favor to humanity. A leadership that puts the interests of Africa and its people first. We give this background, Deputy Minister, because as the NYDA, we believe that Africa plays a critical role in the growth and development of BRICS as a multilateral corporation. If Africa as a continent struggles, the participation of South Africa on BRICS will also struggle. So it is important for an Africa that moves as one, so we understand that Africa has got a direct investment and role to play in the success of BRICS as a multilateral corporation. It is intrinsically linked, and we need to be able to ensure that in all the spaces that we're in, as we move as one in the continent. We want to say there is fertile ground, ladies and gentlemen, for young people to participate in intra-Africa trade. What South Africa lacks in cocoa, there is definitely a country in Africa that can definitely make up for it. As I near to my closing remarks, the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, Honorable Dr. Nkosazana, always says and challenges us that we are more interested in exporting employment. And when she unpacks this, she says, when you export raw materials, you're exporting employment because the beneficiation and the value chain does not stay in South Africa or the continent, but rather jobs are created in other countries where you export your raw materials. So it is important for us as a continent, as a country, to ensure that we participate in the value chain of all raw materials in the country. We want to thank you all for arriving today and joining us. And as a parting shot, as we declare the gifts, we're not going to be giving our guests money. As we declare the gifts, we just want to say, Deputy Minister and Honorables, that we have been challenging ourselves as the National Youth Development Agency to ensure that every opportunity we get, we support young black people in the line of work that they do. So for our guests, we're going to be giving them a bottle of honey that is manufactured by a young person who is also a beneficiary of the NYDA, Mr. Dimpo Xaba. So you're all going to be receiving a bottle of honey. We're also going to be giving this book that is written by Ayabonga Kawa, who's one of our panelists, a young person from South Africa as well. So with those few words, ladies and gentlemen, as the NYDA, we want to say that we want to not only talk the talk, but walk the talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. There's a lot that I've actually managed to get from a speech, and I think I'm just looking in the crowd and I'm wondering if people are taking notes. And I'm wondering if people are really taking these key notes to make sure that if you are in business, you start applying some of the concepts that are going to be shared on this platform. A need to network. We should not take this light. The Deputy Chair just said that we might be signing off checks. So you might meet somebody, you might meet somebody in the crowd that will that will really make sure that you go home with a check. We've got speakers. They will be having about 15 minutes on stage to do their presentation. Right now, what we're going to be called on stage, we'll be calling in Mr. Ben Jubet. Mr. Ben Jubet is a South African diplomat with an extensive experience in foreign policy. He's a South African Sous Sherpa for BRICS, IPSA, and an alternative senior official for Indian Ocean Rim Association. This amazing gentleman was an acting chief director for Latin America and the Caribbean. Can you please welcome on stage by giving him a round of applause?
Let me just adjust this for the high-level speaker. Let me start off just with the protocol. High Commissioner, Excellency from Mauritius, good to see you again. Our Honorable Deputy Minister Manamela, it is an honor to be here in this event with you. Madam Deputy Chair, Karabo Mohale, as always, a very good pleasure and an honor to share this event with you. Let me just maybe stop there and say, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking at the audience, and it's always encouraging for me to see that there's such a lovely balance between the genders. We should not forget in this exercise, whether it's this one or wherever we go, that we involve our ladies. So I look at this and I'm very, very proud to see, and I want to congratulate the organizers of this event for making sure that we are truly inclusive as we talk about something so important as gender, as trade. Of course, I have a few notes, and I want to thank Zandi for assisting with this. But it starts off to say it's an honor for me to be invited to this engagement with our young people to reflect on South Africa's priorities for its BRICS chairship for 2023. I think we needed to adjust this. It's not an honor. If you are as old as I am and you are in a youth event, then it's a blooming miracle. So it's a miracle for me to be invited to this, and I'm really appreciative of that. Allow me to take this opportunity to thank the NYDA for convening this Youth Trade Convention and making it so inclusive, as evident by the distinguished panelists. At the outset, I would like to express my deep appreciation for the continued engagement and support offered to the BRICS partnership from our young people, who are an integral part to the attainment of our agenda. Of course, young people are at the heart of innovation, and they create solutions to many of our developmental challenges. It is for this reason that we find a gathering such as this befitting as we reimagine a global governance system which is inclusive, that young people drive these conversations. We stand ready to support the NYDA and other youth formations to leverage the opportunities offered by our BRICS partnership. This year, BRICS celebrates 15 years since its establishment. BRICS has shown unwavering commitment to strengthening the framework of mutually beneficial BRICS cooperation under 3 pillars. And as you know, those pillars are the government and security pillar, the one relating to business, private sector, economic, financial issues, and then, of course, the people-to-people pillar. And that one for us is extremely important because that is where you fit in on the third pillar, So these pillars, of course, then work together to strengthen the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. As we reflect on our partnership, we are proud that BRICS has emerged as the legitimate voice of the Global South and a critical player in shaping global governance. This is evident by the number of countries who have expressed interest in joining BRICS. So I think it is important that we, and I want to stop here just for a moment to say, BRICS for us is an organization of a formation of the global south. And that is where we identify. That is where we find our space on the global agenda, in the global south. And the fact that we have stayed true to those values in the global south by ensuring that we include all the countries of the world in the world system. Let's call that world system a multilateral system, whatever you want to call it. That system should be inclusive. So what BRICS is doing is not trying to create an alternative. We are there to support the global south to ensure that we are truly inclusive. And because we are a voice to make sure that we include all the countries in the world, especially the emerging developing countries, we have stayed true to those values, and that is why we see now that almost 20 countries in the world would like to join the BRICS formation because of that commitment to our global South values. South Africa took, of course, over the chair from our colleagues, the BRICS, because we follow the acronym on 1 January 2023, and we must admit that both nationally and globally, the environment, the geopolitical environment, the economic environment is extremely challenging. The conflict in the Ukraine and the world's unilateral sanctions have battered economies that were struggling to recover from, struggling to recover from the COVID pandemic. It is therefore clear that we cannot resolve these issues alone, and in January, our President explicitly called on the BRICS partners to assist South Africa in our recovery. This is in line then with our principled position to advance in partnership with others, and the central part of our theme as chair of BRICS for 2023 is then, of course, BRICS and Africa, a partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism. So once again, you see our foreign policy playing out in terms of our focus in Africa, and that is why we also have Africa in our theme. Of course, then, distinguished guests, the theme reflects our vision of BRICS as a partnership of leading developing countries, providing leadership, momentum, and solutions for global growth, sustainable development, and the inclusion of the global south in the world system. Briefly, Karabo mentioned this, but we have five priorities this year. The first one refers to equitable just transition. So, of course, we all know that just transition is a big word in terms of our energy goals. However, this transition, we decided that we should put equitable in front of this transition phrase, because whatever we commit to should not be to the detriment of the development of our people. So we are ready to work to find solutions to transformational energy change, but that should not sacrifice whatever we are trying to do for the development of our peoples and our constituencies. Briefly, as you know, BRICS has about 40% of the world's energy consumption, and we are responsible for about 48% of coal consumption in the world, 22% of oil consumption, and about 14% of natural gas consumption. On the other hand, we are at the moment sitting at about 16% of renewable energy consumption. I would like to move to the next to the next priority, which is transforming education and skills development for the future. We must unlock opportunities for education and continuous skills development, as they are the long-term solutions towards sustainable development and, of course, escaping poverty. Deputy Minister, you may know that we enjoy close cooperation from higher education and training. We are continuously briefed on the elaborate program for the 2023 BRICS Chairship, including the plans to host a hybrid BRICS TCA seminar on the eve of the BRICS Ministers of Education meeting in July 2023. We look forward to the outcomes of these meetings because, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, the outcomes of these ministerial meetings feed into the Summit of Leaders Declaration. So those will be very important elements that we will take home at the end of the day. BRICS platforms are being created to share best practice, knowledge, and expertise, including the use of open source technology, platforms, and innovation research to accelerate South Africa's industrialization to meet our fourth industrial revolution aspirations. If we look at the third target, we again come to the very important issue of the African Continental Free Trade area. And of course, this is a landmark in our efforts, not only to promote trade in the simple sense, but to unify the continent, to move beyond those barriers that we inherited on the continent and to truly become an integrated society and move to a common market in the future. So it's very important that we link this this partnership between BRICS and Africa through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to increase trade, investment, and infrastructure development as a whole. As BRICS Chair for 2023, we are exploring opportunities to strengthen the partnership between BRICS and Africa, including in the operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area and the establishment of a BRICS Africa platform by the BRICS Women's Business Alliance. And for those of you, the BRICS Women's Business Alliance is a very, very prominent and very active institution of BRICS. It exists in all BRICS countries, and the South African chapter that is chaired by Lebo Zulu is a very dynamic and very, very active grouping of ladies promoting business, especially small business development. Let me then go to the fourth priority, strengthening post-pandemic socioeconomic recovery and the attainment of the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. Again, here, South Africa leverages its BRICS membership to address the triple challenges that we all are so familiar with: inequality, poverty, and unemployment, through increased intra-BRICS trade, investment, tourism, capacity building, skills, and technology transfers. Intra-BRICS trade continues to grow. South Africa's overall trade with BRICS partners has increased by an average growth of 10% per annum over the period of 2017 to 2021. BRICS now accounts for about 21% of South Africa's global trade in 2022, and of course in China, India, and are for us the most important partners. If you look at some of these figures, you will see that our trade has grown by more than double over the last 2 or 3 years. South Africa, however, continues to face a trade deficit with its bilateral trade and overall trade with BRICS countries. It is therefore crucial, and again, I know Karabo referred to this, but I think we can not say this enough, but it is crucial, therefore, that we continue to use every possible means that we have, including all sectors of society, like the youth, to take advantage of the opportunities presented by BRICS to sustainably advance trade with BRICS partners. We stand ready to hear your proposals on how we can improve our balance of trade and where we should leverage our competitive advantage. BRICS is strengthening collaboration in catalytic sectors such as energy, information technology, science, technology and innovation, agriculture and the green economy. These are all important sectors identified in South Africa's economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Perhaps let me move to the fifth one, which is strengthening multilateralism, including working towards real reform of global governance institutions and strengthening the meaningful participation of women in peace processes. I think that title of the fifth priority says it all. And again, it comes back to the idea of gender elements in our priority, because we focus not only on achievable global governance reforms, but also on the marginalization of women in peace processes. Very briefly, those are the 5 priorities. As you can imagine, I can stand here and be talking for hours on this and engage and become very emotional and very spirited in this discussion. But let me just say to you, we are going ahead and we are planning to host the Summit of Leaders. Our President Ramaphosa will host this 22 to 24 August. And we know that the world's looking at us. We count on the youth to support us. I think for me, I would like to really conclude to say that encourage you wherever you are, that you support the positive narratives that are out there about BRICS. BRICS is now bigger than the G7 in terms of economic size. BRICS is growing. That is very evident that there is a need in the world for a truly representative voice of the global South. And that is why we see so much interest in countries wanting to join BRICS. So if you're in the academic field, make sure that you promote studies about BRICS, that you promote the positive narratives that are out there about BRICS as a representative of the global South, of continuing to include those economies that are still growing, that are emerging and still developing. Those are our partners on the global scene, and that is what will take us forward in future. So let me conclude there. I would love to say so many more things, and I'm really encouraged by the discussions and the speeches I've heard, so eloquent. I'm sure everybody would agree with me today that the future looks bright in terms of the voices we hear today and the people we see here today. I would just like to think that we count on all our partners in the 3 tracks, and especially with the young people in their programs. And I would like to ask you to be limitless in your ambitions to create opportunities and real work for our youth. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Benjubet. Right now, we'll call in Mr. Morgan Mahlangu to come on stage and address us on safety. I don't know if they anywhere closer before we continue with our program. This was meant to be done right at the top of our program, and we had to fit it in now. Okay, if are they not yet? Okay.
Once again, thank you so much, Mr. Benubert, for expanding on the 5 BRICS priorities. Before we go on, we will be moving on to speak on the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. I'll be welcoming Mr. Papi Luzala, who is at RX Africa, and he is a commercial and government affairs manager who was part of the RX Africa team that have successfully negotiated and won the bid with Afrexim Bank for the management of the Intra-African Trade Fair 2021 held in Durban, in South Africa, which was the largest trade fair of its kind ever held in the African continent, where over $42 billion in trade and investment deals were signed. So this is the man to talk to today.
Thank you. I would like to greet you all, Your Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen. As the program director said, my name is Papi. I'm part of the RX Africa team that work hands in hand with Afrexim Bank for the organization of the 3rd edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair. Before I go any further, I would like to all invite you to the trade fair, which will be taking place in Cairo, in Egypt, later this year. And as the program director has mentioned, the Intra-African Trade Fair, it's an initiative of Afrexim Bank, the African Export-Import Bank, as well as the African Union. Of course, we work closely with the AFCFTA Secretariat in Ghana to organize this important trade fair. My presentation won't be long, so I'll try to keep the 15 minutes that Karabo has allocated to me. I don't know my PowerPoint. Okay. The IATF, we normally, as you saw in my first slide, we normally refer to it as the FCFTA marketplace, which has quite a number of objectives. And some of the objectives for the Intra-African Trade Fair include to bring together continental and global players to explore business and investment opportunities in Africa, to serve as a marketplace where buyers and sellers meet and explore business opportunities, to provide a platform for B2B, which stands for business to business, and B2G, which stands for business to government exchanges, as well as the development of business opportunities, to share trade, investment, and market information, and to identify solutions to address the challenges affecting intra-African trade. And lastly, to share information about Afrexim Bank initiatives, trade finance, and facilitation intervention. As you know, Afrexim Bank has taken the leadership among other institutions across the continent to drive cross-border trade in Africa. Of course, as a bank, they took a lot of initiatives which are very much financially orientated because they are a bank. But for instance, they launched a product called the PAPS, Pan-African Payment System, which is a payment system that allows businesses in Africa to trade, to pay one another without going through the USD. So among those initiatives, they decided in 2018 to start an exhibition, which is the Intra-African Trade Fair. To start the Intra-African Trade Fair. Of course, they are a bank, so they are not in the business of trade fair. Thank you. And in 2018, they took the bold lead to start the very first inaugural edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair, which took place in Cairo, in Egypt. And some of the outcome of the first edition, as well as the second edition that we did organize in Durban, here in South Africa, are that in 2018, we had over 32 billion USD in trade and investment over the 7 days of IATF, and over 2,500 conference participants, and we had over 45 countries participated in the first and inaugural IATF, and we had over 1,000 exhibitors. And Durban was even a tremendous success, where we had over 42 billion USD in trade and investment deals that were done over the 7 days. We had plus over 32,000 visitors and buyers that were connected during the second edition of IATF 2021 in Durban, and over 69 countries were present, and we had over 1,500 exhibitors. And of course, now we are preparing for the third edition. As you would understand, IATF, an event that takes place over every 2 years. So the first edition, as I've mentioned, took place in Cairo in 2018. And of course, the second edition is supposed to take place in 2020, however, in Kigali, in Rwanda. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, it was postponed to 2021. It therefore took place here in Durban, in South Africa. And our target for IATF 2023 are that we're expecting over 43 billion USD in trade and investment deals. We're expecting over 35,000 participants, over 75 countries to be present, and over 1,600 exhibitors, and of course, over 5,000 conference participants. IATF, as I've mentioned, will be taking place over 7 days, which we call 7 unforgettable days, because they are. IATF 2023 will run non-stop for 7 days with expert sessions and speakers, live performance, unparalleled list of exhibitors, and some very special cultural highlights. And IATF 2023 is made of what we call 8 vertical or key components of IATF 2023, which will include trade exhibition, a trade and investment forum, a creative Africa nexus, a B2B and B2G engagement, IATF virtual, country days, IATF AU Youth Startup, as well as the IATF Automotive Show. The trade exhibition will be made of speed networking sessions, B2B and B2B exhibition, pre-scheduled appointments, online and on-site business matching, and the hosted buyer program, which is one of the key programs that we are running for IATF 2023. Again, as you would have understood, IATF is a multi-sector event which targets various industries across the continent. As long as you have a product to sell, and as long as your goal is to access the integrated market under the AFCFTA, IATF is your place to be as an exhibitor, as a visitor, or as a delegate. And some of the key industries that we are focusing on for IATF 2023 are listed here. Due to time constraint, I'm not going to go through all of them, but as you can see, we are targeting industry such as agriculture, agribusiness, the automotive industry, the diaspora, which is the 6th region of our continent. The financial institutions are invited, the ICT and infrastructure innovation, and so forth. The visitor profile of IATF will be drawn from government, private sector, associations, agencies, parastatals, academia. I'm happy to hear that among us there is a lot of academic, research institutions, NGOs, financial institutions, DFIs, as well as other developmental institutions across the continent and beyond. And of course, as I've mentioned, the diaspora. In 2021, we had the opportunity to be graced by the presence of 7 heads of state and government from across Africa that attended the last edition that we organized in Durban. As you can see on one of the pictures here, we had the President Buhari, the former president of Nigeria. President Cyril Ramaphosa, of course, was there as the host country. And President Obasanjo is our chairperson of the council for IATF, so we report to him every now and then whenever we have our advisory council meeting for IATF. And as you can see, it was during COVID-19 pandemic, so all the pictures you can see, everybody were wearing masks. The Trade Investment Forum, which is one of the key verticals for IATF 2023, it's one theme, 2 focuses. The 4-day conference will feature leading African institutional speakers, a variety of sessions dealing with African trade and investment. Specifically, the conference will feature dedicated sessions on trade and investment opportunities under the AFCFTA, and will also include training workshops covering exporting, standard, and marketing. The IATF 2023 conference agenda will focus on the theme, Connecting African Markets, recognizing the growth opportunities for intra-African trade as well as cross-border trade and investment. The conference will feature dedicated sessions on trade and investment opportunity under the AFCFTA, bringing business owners and investors together to learn, share, and find solutions, as well as conclude trade and investment deals. This is a very important vertical for IATF 2023, the Creative Africa Nexus. As you know, Africa is a continent that, is blessed with so many creative minds, so they are not left behind. And I understand we have Miss South Africa wearing a very nice African dress. So the Creative Africa Nexus, as I said, one of the key components of vertical for IATF 2023 will be made of the Creative Africa Nexus, the Creative Industry Exhibition, as well as the master classes. And some of the key sectors that will be on focus for the Creative Africa Nexus include the fashion industry, the music, the film, the visual art, technology, gaming, you name it. So we invite you, all young people that have bright ideas, bright mind, creative mind, to join us for IATF 2023. Because I'm speaking in front of many youth or young people like myself, I'm joking, we have a very important segment of IATF which is focusing specifically to youth. And we work closely with the African Union with this project. It's called the AU Youth Startup Program, because we have to nurture the future of Africa trade. As you know, Africa is the youngest continent in the world. So the IATF 2023 AU Youth Startup Program will provide a platform for youth startups and SMMEs throughout Africa to gain support through capacity development, mentoring, networking, access to finance, supportive infrastructure, enabling policies and market linkages. The Youth Startup Program will have a dedicated pavilion for youth startup in Africa where they will showcase their goods and services. IATF 2023 will provide opportunity for matchmaking with venture capitalists, investors, entrepreneurship, training, networking among the youth and other delegates at IATF 2023. So if you are a young person, you are SMME, you have a business, you can see me after the show so I can provide you more information about the AU Youth Startup Program. And especially if you're looking to access the unique or the integrated market under the FTA of over 1.2 billion people on the continent. As you know, Afreximbank is on the mission of industrializing Africa, and that cannot be done without a viable automotive industry in Africa. As a result, the auto show will be one of the key deliverable or component for IATF 2023. Africa Auto Show will present a platform for car manufacturers, assemblers, original equipment manufacturers, and component suppliers to exhibit their product and interact with potential buyers and suppliers. The IATF 2023 Automotive Show has three components as follows: a dedicated exhibition, an automotive workshop, a B2B and B2G platform. IATF Virtual. You may be not able to travel to Cairo in November later this year to attend physically IATF as an exhibitor. If you have a product to showcase, we have a platform for you, so you can do this from wherever you are based, whether on the continent or beyond, through IATF Virtual to showcase your product and services. IATF Virtual is a year-round platform to connect buyers and sellers from across Africa and beyond. IATF Virtual brings together exhibitors, visitors from all sectors. It provides a platform for attendees and non-attendees alike to connect in real time before, during, and after the event. The IATF Virtual platform offers 24/7, 365 days a year platform whereby virtual visitors can visit virtual stand to engage and do business. IATF Virtual also offers an auditorium to host virtual events, live and pre-recorded, as well as features country pavilions and virtual library where document, presentation, and other information can be sourced and stored. Country Day. Country Day is also another very important component of IATF, where we select, country do bid to have one of the country days available at IATF. The country days feature allows selected African countries to showcase and promote their trade and investment opportunities with their tourism, cultural attractions for one day at IATF 2023. I remember in Durban we had South Africa, we had Nigeria, we had Egypt, as well as Ghana that were selected, as well as Cote d'Ivoire, were selected for country day feature at IATF 2021. Some of the communication channels that we're using to promote IATF, you might have seen us on CNN, we're on CNBC Africa, we use the DSTV platform, basically the mainstream media. platforms, and we're also on social media. You can find us on Twitter, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, Instagram, and so forth. And of course, as I've mentioned, we also have IETF Virtual. And also we target key global events such as this to bring the message of IETF and to invite more delegates to join us for this important initiative by Afreximbank. Some of the partners' benefits that you can have by coming to IETF or partnering with us include you can have branding rights at the event, you can access over 1,000 buyers, over 1,500 exhibitors, over 35,000 visitors. You can generate sales lead, you can showcase your product and services, you can enter new markets, you can raise brand awareness, you can develop and maintain relationship during IETF, you can size up your competition, you can become a thought leader, you can, cement your credibility on the market, on the African continent, you can win new business, you can also access all 55 governments that will be present at IETF. You can register now to attend IETF. You can go onto our website, which is www.intra-africantradeffair.com. Of course, as I said, we are on all social media platforms, including Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Those are my details. I have also my business card here. You can contact me. You can speak to me if you want to be part of the conversation, because this is Africa Talking Business. I thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Bapulizola. That was an amazing presentation on Intra-Africa Trade Fair. What I'm picking up here is thank you. What I'm picking up here is just the amount of opportunities that are out there for young people that are in the country that wants to expand into Africa, that wants to offer their services beyond South Africa. And imagine you are here, you're running a business, or you've got ambitions of opening your own business, and you don't take this opportunity to network with one of the key people that are in here. I think we need to just give NYDA a round of applause for the speakers that are here. This is a rare opportunity. I'm going to call in Mr. Lennon Munyai to come on stage. He's going to be our moderator. We have two panels today. So this will be our first panel. And this panel will have presentation in them. And then there will also be dialogue following. So please, as I'm just asking that this becomes an informative convention, It becomes one of those conventions where when they go home, they're going home with something that they will actually use to better their lives. Let's give Lennon Munyai a round of applause as they're coming on stage.
Good morning. Good morning. I can't hear you guys. Good morning. Good morning. Do we have post-retirees here, or do we have young people? It's an absolute honor for me to be here moderating the first session. Just a little bit background about me. My name is Lennon Munyai. I work for the African Union for an organization called the African Peer Review Mechanism. We are based in Halfway House, Midrand, South Africa. South Africa hosts 3 AU institutions, the NEPAD agency called AUDA, the Pan-African Parliament, as well as the African Peer Review Mechanism. Now, the African Peer Review Mechanism is responsible for promoting good governance on the continent, for peer learning, as well as promoting Agenda 2063 and the global SDGs. In my responsibility, I connect young people. I'm a researcher and a youth liaison officer. On an annual basis, we host what's called the APRM Youth Symposium. The first one was held in Chad, N'Djamena, Chad, with the leadership of President Idris Deby. The second one in Kenya, with President Uhuru Kenyatta. And the last one, the recent one, was held in Uganda with President Museveni leading. And next year, we are most likely going to be in Namibia, our neighbor. Now, I'm mentioning this because the number of young South Africans participating at this symposium is relatively low. I think I met Luazi. She was one of the participants at one of our symposiums. And it would be a great honor if more young South Africans can actually participate at the APRM symposium. Now, with that said, let's go to the business of today. We're talking all things BRICS, youth, and trade. Just a few facts so that we get the ground laid out. Facts about BRICS: 41% of global population is within the BRICS alliance. You also have 24% of global trade and 16% of all trade that's done throughout the world is within Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And recently, we've picked up that a number of countries are very much interested in joining the BRICS alliance. And I think it's an honor for South Africa to be chairing this BRICS alliance this year in 2023. We heard from the previous speaker that South Africa has 5 priorities, and amongst them are very important issues such as people-to-people relations, trade, post-COVID-19 recovery, skills development, and balancing sort of global trade as well as global governance. So I have the honor today to introduce some people that I actually grew up as my role models, and I'm finding myself on the stage moderating the first panel session that's looking at youth perspectives on the 5 priorities. So without any particular order, I'm going to request Mr. Ayabonga Kawe to come on the stage, Ms. Stella Nomangile to come on stage, MMC Nontuoko Nglubehle to come on stage, and Dr. Morris Masuta. Please, I do apologize if I have butchered your surnames. Please do come on stage. Please join me on stage. Thank you. So while they are coming on stage, I'll just read some of their biographies. Mr. Ayabonga Kawe is a development economist with over 10 years' experience. He holds a cum laude MCom in development economics from Wits University. He has a Bachelor of Commerce in Applied Economics and Business Finance. Other than that, he's a poet. He's also a co-founder of Young Economists for Africa. I think it's an honor to have you here, Mr. Kawe. You also have Dr. Makuve, who happens to be my senior when I was in first year at Wits. He got me inducted into politics, and at some point was my tutor for politics and international relations. He is now the chair of the advisory board for the Center of Emerging Researchers at the University of Johannesburg. He's former SRC president and chair of the South Africa Students' Congress at Wits. He holds a BA in economics, as well as a PhD in education policy management at the University of Bath in the University of in the United Kingdom. You also have Ms. Stella. She's a 30-year-old woman, passionate about politics, community activist, having joined COSAS at the age of 14. She grew up within the ranks of the REC of the COSAS, BC member. Amongst other things, she's a former member of the NYC REC region and a former RTT member of the ANC. You also have with us the MMC of Infrastructure, Water and Sanitation Services at the OR Tambo District Municipality. And I think he doesn't need any introduction. He is a national political figure. He has participated in many South African NGOs, including the South African Youth Council. He holds certificates in leadership through community interaction at the University of Stellenbosch and is currently completing his postgraduate diploma at the Public Policy African Studies at the University of Johannesburg. So a round of applause for... Now, with that said, I'm just going to request our speakers to give us their opening shots. And I'm going to start with my dear brother, Dr. Morris, to just give us a bit of historical background of the BRICS, why it matters for young South Africans, particularly those that are in trade. So if your mic is on, if you're more comfortable.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Mukobe. When I got the invitation from the NYDA to hear about, or to talk about BRICS, I thought diplomatic spaces are really for diplomatic people. I struggle to be diplomatic about any matter that I participate in, so if I say any undiplomatic thing, just remember I don't actually belong here. Now, but to acknowledge all the excellencies and especially our Deputy Minister, I wish to take the next 5 minutes to tinker with what I believe are cautionary points with regard to trade and the future economic trajectory of our continent and BRICS in general. But as an economic geographer who is interested in geopolitical positioning, I struggle to imagine the South African economy outside of the African continent as a whole. I do this in order to disrupt what I call the epistemological and ontological foundations of coloniality. In other words, the South African economy is a colonial output of the division of the continent, so I refuse to do that and to talk about Africa in relation to BRICS and the rest of the world. That's the point, the first point that I wish to stress, which I think is important, but also the power to defend our territorial integrity and national sovereignty, but in particular our ability to write our own terms and conditions of development is inextricably linked to us looking in the mirror and liking what we see. The ability of this continent to be a meaningful participant in geopolitical developments is inherently linked to us fighting 3,000 years of siege. For 3,000 years and more, we've been under siege as a continent. We've been under siege because we had and still have that which the rest of the world needs, that which they can't do without, and most importantly, that which they are not prepared to pay a proper price for. So in entertaining trade analysis and economic analysis, we have to take the position that we are that which everyone else needs, and therefore our position of strength emerges from that. Why am I saying this? I don't have enough time to justify that statement, but safe to say that 2023 marks the 75th anniversary of the post-World War II economic order that hasn't been particularly kind to the future economic prospects of this continent and, of course, this country. This country, I need not explain, is the most unequal one in the world, which means the neoliberal experiment has failed, which means as we talk about trade and economic analysis, our attempt to undo decades of plundering and exploitation that predate apartheid, which was slightly a more sophisticated version of coloniality, we must be prepared to write our own script. All right. Now, having said that, I want to stress that terms and words matter. So when we talk about free trade or free markets, Ha-Joon Chang, the South Korean economist, cautions us to say, in the past, the dominant groups expressed belief in free markets or free trade should not be conflated with actual adherence to free trade. In fact, the version of free trade doctrine as enforced by the currently dominant order has been a case of do as I say and not as I do. All right. Second last point that I wish to stress before I conclude, given the limitation of time for such an important topic, is that I want to recommend the book Kicking Away the Ladder. Because Kicking Away the Ladder gives you a script of how those who reached economic might by protecting infant industries today preach against that particular method, hence kicking away the ladder. It means you climb the top of the roof and then you kick the ladder with which you climbed so that everyone else can walk up the mountain. All right. But also, if we're talking about free trade, we must ask the questions, are we free? What is the content and form of that freedom? Until we have full control over the wealth-producing resources of our land, we cannot possibly be free. Which begs the question then, what is the role of unfree people in free trade? My answer is very straightforward. There is no free trade by unfree people. So, the point number one in meaningfully engaging in free trade is wrestling the control over the wealth-producing resources of our land and then writing the terms and conditions with which anyone else wants to interact with us. That is my proposition, at least. Now, we ought to put our foot down because President Nkrumah warned about something called sham independence or client states. And President Nkrumah said in his handbook for revolutionary warfare said, client states or sham independent states are states that are independent de jure and dependent de facto. Independent on paper, dependent in reality. Now, that statement remains relevant today. If you are to judge us by how far we have come, he added, you ought to understand the depth from which we emerged. And in the context of South Africa, and as I said in the beginning, Africa, my head struggles to imagine this thing or this construction called South Africa. So, within the context of the African continent, President Nkrumah was cautioning us to say no zinc, no gold, no manganese must live without being beneficiated and industrialized here. We must trade in finished goods because our ability to trade in finished goods is linked to security independence, economic independence, and the ability to preserve our way of life. So, in conclusion, I'm a teacher there by the University of Johannesburg. I earn a salary from Deputy Minister Manamela. So, if anything I say here gets me fired, I will be by the corner of the CSIR there saying, PhD from the UK, job, please. Now, that sounds like a joke, but actually, I want to say something related to that. I've been following Uganda and much of the East African regions and how they are revolutionizing economic freedom. You see, I want to put a proposition here and leave. Our preoccupation with the state of unemployment in the country is informed by something. People get employed in order to serve their livelihoods and experience what is called basic security. But could we subvert the impact of unemployment without necessarily giving someone employment? I want to argue we can. We can subvert the might, the undue and problematic might of unemployment by preaching a new curriculum that suggests that goat farming might very well be better than astronomy. That is to say, if we send our deputy minister to go secure off-takes and the leadership that just spoke now, perhaps for the next 10 years we must be turning South Africa into a goat breeding capital of the world. That way, when livelihoods are restored and wealth is created, the absence of jobs stings less. It's only because of time that we pause here, but thank you for the opportunity.
a firebrand in his own right, an academic, Dr. Makuve, Dr. Morris, really gave us an inspiring statement. It gives us, I think, a philosophical understanding of South Africa's positioning within the global arena and within the BRICS. I think Africa this year is actually blessed because in East Africa and Uganda is also chairing the non-aligned movement. We are people of the Bandung Conference, people of the developing South. So it's an honor that this panel discussion starts with a philosophical understanding of what BRICS is. And we are chairing the BRICS Alliance in a time of global crisis that has emanated out of the changing geopolitical climate of the continent, of the world, I mean. We're also chairing while recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic, which combined with the global crisis of the Ukraine-Russia conflict has resulted in rising cost of living, has exacerbated youth unemployment. On the African continent, we're also faced with the conflict in the east of DRC. We also have an emerging conflict in Sudan. We just had a number of South Africans returning from Sudan, which is now soon going to be a civil war. So within these 5 priorities, one of them is people-to-people relations. Now, I wonder how these people-to-people relations then can lead to ordinary young people that are in the streets of Soweto, in the streets of Tembisa, how they can actually benefit. And there's no one who can explain that better than our economist, my brother Kawe. So I'm going to ask him if he can take the floor, maybe slightly longer, maybe 7 minutes, to give us what he thinks, because as we're sharing, we also, as young people, have to influence what our country would then influence within the BRICS. How can young people benefit from this BRICS? Ordinary young people that are running small businesses, how can they benefit from the BRICS Alliance? Please, you have it.
Thank you very much, Program Director. As I come up, all of my technology and paraphernalia is seeming to leave me. So, you know, you can take a peasant from Chris Hani region out of Chris Hani, but it seems the peasant tendencies don't leave. Thank you very much, Program Director. My brother Morris is a very hard act to follow. But I think a lot of what he has said, in effect, has certainly laid the basis for what I want to talk about. I think the starting point is that we have to contend with our reality. We produce things we do not consume. We consume things we do not produce. That's just the starting point. As the program director introduced me, I'm an economist by training. I work at the International Trade Administration Commission, where I'm the chief commissioner. And it's an institution that this year celebrates 20 years in existence. And in many of its varied forms celebrates a century now. So since the formation of the Union of South Africa in 1910, about 13 years later, they then formed a board of trade, or a board of tariffs and industry. And it subsequently later became ITAC, which I'm at the helm of. What we do is quite straightforward. We investigate tariff amendments. We consider issues of unfair trade, which includes dumping. So where an entity somewhere else will come and sell a product in your country at a price lower than the cost of producing that product in their own country. And we also regulate imports and exports. And one of the most interesting things we are doing at the moment is around administering the regulations that are regulating and limiting the export of scrap, We all know the impact on our public infrastructure that is arising from this question. But let me come, I think, to the issues of the day. My brother Morris speaks about us not understanding anything of what we have here if we don't start at the colonial basis of our society. And I think even in terms of trade, we are still there. The colonial terms and basis of trade still confronts many of us. Many of us live in economies that primarily export primary commodities in unwrought and unprocessed form. And we also import manufactured intermediate inputs and goods and final processed goods in return. And you can imagine that you cannot plan for any advance on a long-term basis of any society if the main thing that you produce, you have no say in how it is priced and under what conditions it is priced. So you can plan for as much as you want, but if you don't know what the copper price is going to do in Zambia tomorrow, you might be in trouble as a policymaker in Lusaka. If you don't know what the gold price is going to do, or what the platinum or manganese or zinc price is going to do as a policymaker in South Africa, you are going to make all manner of estimations. And I think our work as young people needs to confront this reality. How do we rid ourselves of this deepening colonial terms of trade that we have in our society? In South Africa, we have said, certainly since the Reconstruction and Development Program, that our trade policy rests on two things. The one is that we want to continue to secure favorable terms of access to our traditional markets. And these are the markets in the Eurozone, in North America, which, arising from the history that Mukobe spoke to, of balkanization of our continent and imperialism, has meant that we have some access to those markets. But we are also interested, for the purposes of our discussion here with the BRICS, in beginning to access on much more favorable terms, in particular for our manufactured exports, access to the growing consumer populations and industry in countries like Brazil, India, China, and Russia. Over the last few weeks or so, we've heard that in the next few years, India will have a population slightly larger than that of China. And these are some of the markets that we as producing entities, firms, and producing communities in our countries will need to respond to. But we come from a very difficult moment. Mukobe draws on the comments of Sajefo Kwame Nkrumah, who says you need to first understand the depths from which we've come. There's an interesting stat that speaks to why we are such a semi-peripheral region as a continent. Let me give it to you. This continent has 16.7% of the world's population. It is engaged in 2.6% of global trade. And when it comes to manufacturing, we account for under 2% of global manufacturing output. And this is why for us, BRICS and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is important. Because the bulk of our exports continue to be these unwrought things that we dig from one area and we export to the ports. And so a big part of why the continent, certainly for South Africa, is important is that if you look at the manufacturing terms of trade with other areas on our continent, maybe I can move this slide. As I said, this thing of being a peasant, you know. So maybe you must assist me because they don't have these things in Lady Frey, you know. But I think the point I'm trying to make is a rather straightforward one. We are interested in deepening trade with our continent because we know that the composition of the exports that are exported into the continent are of a different functional character than those that we export into Europe. The bulk of our exports into the continent are those of manufactured goods or intermediate right through to final manufactured goods. But also in our relations with our BRICS counterparts, we want to change that terms of trade. Some analysis we've done shows, for instance, if you take the coal that leaves the Richards Bay container terminal, the overwhelming majority of that coal in the last decade or so has been to feed the mills in India. We have a view that tomorrow we would like that coal similarly to be accompanied across our seas by some of the manufactured goods that we are producing here. From the powdered milk, to the fabricated machinery, to the smartphones, to the products that have embedded in them deep intellectual property and skilled labor as well. because we are interested in subverting this colonial terms of trade. Let me say something else. That part of our task, certainly as younger people, and some of us, we have the accident of birth, of being born a bit younger than sometimes the people who make these decisions. And so unfortunately, we have to live sometimes for a longer period with the consequences of some of the decisions that are made today. Now that places a very particular responsibility on us of proactive action to undertake what I call institution building that will complement this grand vision of our BRICS and the AFCFTA. Let me make some examples. Under the BRICS, we've created what is called the New Development Bank, which we hope will fund capital infrastructure projects that will allow places like South Africa and other countries in the region to have infrastructure that allows firms in those areas to unlock the opportunity that might arise from more preferential terms of trade with many of these big markets. But similarly, we have to think through other institutions. How do we harmonize in the product space some of the different product standards that arise? Now, if you go and speak to people in the citrus belt in the Sundays River Valley in the Eastern Cape, one of the big challenges they have at the moment in accessing the European market for citrus, a market we've accessed for more than 200 years in South Africa, is what are called sanitary and phytosanitary standards. So it's a standard that says if you bring this orange into this country, we undertake certain tests, and as a result, we won't accept it into this country. We need to harmonize that work now, before BRICS becomes a trade bloc, as we would hope in future. To say if that honey product produced by Bakoni there, that honey, if we want it to be exported to Sao Paulo tomorrow, must be able to be produced under conditions that would allow for its acceptance into the Brazilian market. These are some of the things that we need to reflect on. Similarly, I think in our own continent, this question of regional infrastructure, I think is critical. Part of the history that we come from, and sometimes we fail to consider when we think of Afrophobia, xenophobia, or what I would call a very particular form of tribalism on our continent, is that we forget that a big part of late apartheid's geopolitics in the region was about destabilizing infrastructure, in particular economic infrastructure, that would wean those areas of the economic reliance on South Africa. The bombing of the Beira link that linked Mutare in Zimbabwe and the Mozambican coast is part of this. And then we are shocked when tomorrow we have a flood of people due to push and pull factors coming into our countries, trying to deal with these issues. So part of what I think we need to do, Deputy Minister, is to also harmonize these questions around training, accreditation, and of course labor market policies in our areas. Maybe a last comment, and as the program director, you had said you had given me 7 minutes. I don't know where I am now. I have 2 minutes. Perfect. Let me say something else. In the Southern African region, like many regions in the world, we have a peculiar experience of what many people call the resource curse. As I said earlier, the colonial features of our trade and integration into the world market was one where many of our communities were places to extract primary minerals and agricultural goods and add no value to them. I think we are confronted by a similar moment now in the path towards decarbonization of production. So if you think about new energy vehicles, if you think about decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors like cement and steel, a big part of the mineral basis of that still hovers around us. Let me make a brief example. Copper, lithium, cobalt, and some of the other minerals we have here are critical in the battery minerals that go into new energy vehicles, or what we call electric vehicles. A battery of an electric vehicle constitutes the bulk of the cost of an electric vehicle. The minerals that go into that battery are to be found in many places within the SADC region. Zimbabwe has the 6th largest of the world's known deposits of lithium. Lithium hydroxide makes a very particular high-quality kind of battery that goes into an electric vehicle. The Democratic Republic of the Congo holds significant coltan, cobalt, and other resources. But in our region, I know of very few, and it's a CSIR today, I must say this, I know of very few knowledge-intensive institutions that have dedicated themselves to commercialization of industrial opportunities linked to those minerals. In South Africa, we did it. CSIR was part of a process that produced the Zebra battery, which triggered lithium-ion battery research in South Africa in the late 70s. We lost that capability. And I'm saying we need to debate as young people whether we are likely to miss the opportunity and to reproduce the extractive and exploitative minerals energy complex under new conditions. It might not be gold this time around. It might be lithium. It might be zinc. It might be copper. But if we are not able to influence the high-value elements of that, if we are not able to price and even have the exchanges where these things are priced here, then we're going to be in some trouble. So I'm saying the tasks of us as young people in BRICS, in the continent, and particularly here in South Africa, are numerous and they are massive. And a big part of it requires us to start now rather than to wait until we are leaders tomorrow. The program director says I must stop now, so thank you very much.
My brother Ayabonga has a book, one of the books that I hope some of our participants have a chance to actually get a copy of the book. He has so much to teach. And I'm very glad that he took the opportunity to also reflect on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the ACFTA, which is now based in Ghana, Accra, Ghana, and you have a South African who's actually leading it. So thank you so much for leading that discussion and giving practical ways in which Africa will benefit through South Africa's position within the BRICS framework. Now, I'm going to ask you participants, I know a lot of you are on your phones. I want you to take your phone. I'm sure you are connected to the internet. And the chair here will allow me, NYDA RSA is the Twitter page for NYDA. Opportunities are there at NYDA. It's your institution for young people, so follow it. The conversation that we're having here should not stay in this hall. We want them to go out to the rest of the country, the rest of the continent, and the world at large. So I don't know if there's a hashtag, but we can create our own. We can create hashtag essay. Maybe, Chair, you can lead me here. What hashtag do we have?
Youth perspective.
Okay. Youth perspective. BRICS Youth Perspective. It's a bit long. But anyway, follow NYDA and let's have the conversation online as well while we're here. While we're at it, I'm going to ask my dear sister Stella to actually give us her youth perspective on the 5 priorities, especially that she's a community activist, how she thinks the BRICS chairpersonship of South Africa can then have real impact in local communities in our countries. So you also have 5 minutes.
But I'm also a high-level speaker, even if I'm short. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stella Lebohang Mondlane. I am from the city of Matlosana in a province that is called the Northwest, which accounts for 90% of the country's platinum. I am from a small city called Klerksdorp, which has got mines that are mainly responsible for producing gold. We also have the city called Lichtenberg that is producing diamond, and this is me trying to ensure that the guys that are holding the checks can come closer and say, let's talk, what is it that we can do in your city given that you are surrounded by so many mines. Now, invited by the NYDA, we were requested to We were requested to share a youth perspective on the 5 priorities. Is this thing working?
Yeah.
Oh. Thank you very much. To share youth perspective on the 5 priorities that have been outlined by our chairship. And the first one is around developing partnerships towards an equitable, just transition. And I just want to say outright that we cannot have a just transition if the employment of our people is threatened. That can't be just. And we need to be deliberate as government, as investors and different stakeholders in our discussions to say, as we move towards this just energy transition, what is it then that we are going to do to ensure that we are able to safeguard the employment of our people? The second priority is around transforming education, skills and development for the future. And I believe that as young people, we must agitate for young people to be exposed to different methods and tools of enhancing the economy and growing our GDP. Now, I'm saying this with particular reference to, and I think the colleagues that spoke earlier on, they have already made a reflection on that, to say that we are accounting for the bulk of minerals that are going out into the world, but we are not able to be developed in a way that we can actually process them in this country and be able to produce final goods that we can then sell to the world. And if you look at our current educational system in its form, it is not actually opening up for these different machines and new technologies to be learned by young people in order for them to be able to tap into that market, because as things stand, it remains untapped in our country. So we do need to transform our education system up to that level. We also need to talk about how we are brainwashed to believe that we must go to school, graduate, and look for employment, unlike becoming entrepreneurs ourselves so that we can actually become the employers. Our education system does not make provision for people that are creatives, people that actually want to use their talent to then be able to produce goods that will be consumed by the rest of the world. And it is important for us to agitate for that to change. DM Buti Manamel, in absentia, I'm sure that his people will share with him. And as we move towards, there's also a pillar that talks to benchmarking and sharing best practices. Bakhaich, we must be honest about the state of our country in terms of infrastructure. When you drive, you hit a pothole left, right, and center. The sewer that is spilling in our communities is undesirable. And as members of BRICS, we must be able to say, the best amongst us must be able to help us for us to reach their level. We must not become part of these partnerships for international political muscle and all those things without actually being assisted to become a better country as South Africa. China has got best roads infrastructure. They must be able to share with us what is it that is being done incorrectly. Because beyond the funding model, even though we've got a fiscal challenge, but beyond that is our inability to utilize the little that we have. Because before you even want to have more, you must be able to effectively deploy the little resources that you are having. So it is important for us to use these platforms to share educational practices and administrative ways of doing things that can assist us to have sustainable quality services for our communities. And the last point that I want to touch on is with regards to the socio-economic recovery post the pandemic. We have seen a number of graduates applying for the Social Relief Distress Grant, and that is an indication that the current setup is that of not being able to absolve graduates. Even if there is a call for young people to go to school and graduate and whatnot, and they respond to that call, coming back was still not able to absolve those graduates. Now, we must then make a request and say, eldership, we are in this state that we are in today, genuinely, because of experience. The Auditor General flags 64 municipalities in the country as dysfunctional, yet the people in those institutions have been there since the dawn of democracy. We must then ask, what is experience doing for us? Now, in as much as we are always engaging in legislation reform all the time and introducing new ways of doing things, we are tired of this thing that says young people must be allowed to enter entry-level positions when they don't have experience, because there's a provision to enter into performance agreements. Why don't we agree that because young people have went to school, they have acquired the knowledge and the skills that we have been agitating for them to acquire? We'll then open up this labor market and enter into these agreements and see if they will not be able to do better, because experience has collapsed us. Now, in conclusion, moderator, I know that my time is up. There is also a call as part of the priorities from the chairship that says that young people and women must engage in peace thematic work. And we must agree, and I agree with Dr. Morris, that there is no peace and there's no freedom so long as we do not know what our people are going to eat the following day. There's no peace and there's no freedom until we can look at our communities and say, this is how the road towards development looks like. Now, we are making a plea to our international partners that we should engage in meaningful partnerships that are going to transform our societies and get our country developed. Thank you.
Well done.
Spoken like a real firebrand, a community activist, and I think a presentation. I wish we had more time for you to continue speaking to young people. On a serious note, she really touched my heart because she speaks to real issues that are faced by some of us in this hall. Issues of unemployment, issues of conditions of infrastructure in our communities that need to be improved. So I hope we can continue having these conversations, even post this panel discussion. Deputy Minister, I think when you stepped out, you missed out on a number of requests for eldership. There's a number of requests that were placed on the table for young people to be given opportunities, especially these barriers for experience that young people are facing when opportunities come up in local municipalities and etc. And I hope you have the listening ear of our community activist, Ms. Stella. Last but not least, probably the most important is our MMC for Infrastructure, Water and Sanitation Services. And I think his presentation could also focus more on how we can then move from theory to practice, peer learning, benchmarking, sharing of best practices from our peers within the BRICS framework. You have slightly more, 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to the Honorable Deputy Minister, High Commissioner from Malaysia. Greetings to colleagues and all young people that are here. Having been invited by NYDA to come and engage in the BRICS Trade Convention, the first thing, I think my learned friends, both Dr. Masuta and Ayabonga and Stella, touched a number of key priority areas which are arising out of the priorities that we were given to engage. I always, when we have to engage in the multilateral platforms like this one, my first question is, do we understand the making of global capitalism? Do we understand it? That at the apex of it is the American state.
Correct.
That it has not always been the case. It's the post-World War II phenomenon. Do we understand that? And do we understand Africa as a global economic bloc? Do we understand that? Do we understand the BRICS bloc as a new formation out of the realities of the South-to-South relations? Do we understand that? So when we talk about people-to-people relations, do we understand the structuring of the international system? So when I said I will be speaking on the people-to-people relations, I then asked myself these questions. And I'm looking at these questions so that all of us, when we converse about, the BRICS trade, intra-Africa trade, when we talk about the imbalance of global trade, do we understand these realities in the global capital system? Now, Africa, South Africa, which is part, is negatively integrated in the global capital accumulation. Negatively integrated. We are arguing that now the BRICS is surpassing the G7 in terms of the global economic wealth. But what is it for Africa? The question is, what is it for Africa? South Africa being a component part of BRICS is the question we must be asking ourselves now that we are chairing the BRICS. What is it for Africa? Because South Africa alone only constitutes a tiny fraction in terms of global economic activity. Yeah. Very small fraction. It can be of a meaningful player when it plays in the context of the Africa continental free trade area. When it plays as an economic bloc as a continent. That's when it can be able to, be a meaningful player with the China, Brazil, India. I think my learned friend Ayabonga makes a very good point that India is becoming a big, population, estimated that it will surpass China of 1.4 billion. And my argument, Deputy Minister, is that if China, Brazil, and India, of course Russia, are able to, lift millions of their population out of poverty in a period of 30 years, China has done it. We have only 60 million people, a population, who are unable, who are battling with inequalities, who are apartheid, colonial inequalities. We are battling with them. Only for 60 million people. And these are the pertinent questions we should be asking ourselves. And when we converse as in the Youth Trade Convention like this one, we should be then saying, how do we shift the paradigm? How do we shift the paradigm for South Africa in the continent, in the rest of the continent? And one instrument which has just been adopted is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. And we should be utilizing it to shift the balance of global trade for the continent. And that could be led by South Africa, which is part of the member state of the BRICS countries, which are constituting 24% of the global GDP and 16% of the global trade, which have got 41% of the total global population. That is both in terms of the labor market and in terms of the global market. So for South Africa to be merely a member of the BRICS bloc assists nothing for Africa. It is nothing for Africa. And it is nothing for young South Africans who are supposed to be looking at all these opportunities that were displayed by Intra-Africa Trade Fair here, they will mean nothing because the biggest barrier for participation of young people into global capital accumulation is access to finance and logistics, poor logistics development in the African continent to be able to trade. So unless we utilize the new development bank, because my argument says, if you understand the global the making of global capitalism, you would know that there's nothing called World Bank. It's not a World Bank, it's an American bank.
Correct.
You see, you would know that the IMF is an American bank. Yeah. And the terms within which it was formulated have been shifted for the developing countries of the world. Because when they wanted to give some intra-development or intra-trade for Europe, for the Marshall Plan, the terms were so soft for the Marshall Plan. But for the developing countries in Africa and in the Latin America and in the Asian Pacific, the terms shifted. So the World Bank is not the World Bank, it's an American bank to keep control of the global trade. And if BRICS has to be anything, China, if BRICS has to be anything, China, India, and Russia must assist Africa. Must assist Africa. They must not also want to flood the African continent with finished goods. So that we can be able to do our own import replacement industrialization in the continent and create the much needed jobs, and will not be talking about unemployment, inequalities and poverty in Africa. If China, Brazil and Russia are meaning what we are saying, that we're shifting the paradigm of global trade balances. So we are putting indictment into our own partners in the BRICS bloc that they must not also use the imperialist instruments to want to flood the continent with their own finished products. So which is my departing point is Puti Manamela, that we are here in this multilateral engagement as part of restructuring and transforming global governance. You know, because if we can't say these things that I'm raising now, global governance and imbalance, how global economy is evenly articulated, and how wealth and income in the world is evenly articulated, will be maintained for the next 100 years unless we change these fundamentals. Thank you very much.
The MMC gave us, and I'm very happy his presentation gave us realpolitik, to understand that the Bretton Woods institutions, since they were formulated, have not done much to benefit the African continent. It is through the IMF and the World Bank that with structural adjustment programs, commonly known as SAPs, that brought the state away from ordinary Africans. Sure. It is through the IMF and the World Bank that these loans that are taken by our governments are making sure that monies that should be spent on free education is going to servicing these loans. So I'm glad that you speak on behalf of young people and calling for a new alternative where us people of the developing South, the global South, can have an alternative global currency that we can use, the BRICS currency. And I hope as South Africa, as we chair, we continue advancing this interest. And you concluded by saying the BRICS actually is orientated around stabilizing global governance. The African Union has the Eswatini Consensus, which also wants to secure a seat, well, seats for the African continent at the United Nations Security Council. These are the issues that we as young South Africans should be articulating as we chair the BRICS, because within this BRICS framework we can then leverage our global position in the global governance. So I want to thank my panelists for these well-articulated presentations. And I hope you open up your spaces, especially your social media pages, to engage our fellow young people and continue giving them information. I'm going to take a number of hands briefly. I'm going to take 3 hands from the floor so that you can ask our panelists a number of questions before we wrap up this panel discussion. So, all right, I'm going to prioritize 2 ladies, 1 gentleman. Yes. We are doing gender mainstreaming. So it's gender mainstreaming right now, so we need 2 ladies, 1 gentleman. I don't see the ladies. We're prioritizing you. I don't see the hands. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And a gentleman right here in yellow. For the gentleman in yellow, for more conversations, let's have them on social media. We can't obviously exhaust the conversation. There's a hashtag that has been developed. I'm going to ask Ms. Lwazi, I think she gave me the hashtag, to then continue having the conversation. Ma'am, please go ahead and ask your question. Can I please have a roving mic? Oh, the mics on the tables are apparently working, so please make use of that technology.
I'll press it like this. Okay. Hi, my name is Talia, and thank you for taking my question. I must admit that, goodness, I actually have a lot of questions, being able to engage and be at this event, but obviously I can only ask one. And I'm going to keep it brief because it's possible that, I don't really know the inner workings behind what we are trying to achieve as BRICS going forward. So mine is specifically from the currency perspective. Looking at the geopolitical environment, when I read the news, obviously, media reports a certain way, depending on who's doing the reporting. But I'm always left with the question, why can't we just move off of SWIFT and at the very least go back to gold? I understand that the BRICS currency is still being created, but gold is there. Everyone has gold. It's fair. Nobody can particularly manipulate it. Why are we still here? Why are we just talking about it or looking at it or ignoring it, which is how it seems to me, who is a person on the streets and who isn't really hands-on as you guys are. I'd really appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Brilliant question, looking at why we can't go back to the gold standard, especially with our BRICS currency that is projected to come hopefully very soon. There was another hand. Ma'am, please. If you can, please also direct the question to one of the honorables here directly, so that it's not generic.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Mbali. Taking into consideration that South Africa in particular has a big problem when it comes to health, I can't help but wonder, what does BRICS bring into the table when it comes to the health system of South Africa?
I've forgotten the lady's name, but my question
Stella.
is to the lady. Stella, yes, thank you. Stella, you touched on the fact that we need to benchmark with countries that are already in the BRICS that are doing well in certain things like infrastructure. And I know for a fact that Brazil has actually succeeded in sort of like integrating their health system. And we've started NHI phase 1 back in 2012. We are in phase 3, and I have no idea, being in the health industry, what has been happening, honestly. Saying I have no idea doesn't really mean that I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm just like in shambles when it comes to how I look at health in South Africa. Do you think then Brazil can assist in such instances where we benchmark when it comes to health and integrating NHI?
Thank you so much for that question. The gentleman in yellow, please.
Hi everyone, my name is AB Samola. I'm from a company called AB, it's my company. So my question is around energy in South Africa. As we speak now, we might have load shedding. Ne? And as BRICS, what are we currently doing to assist South Africa in the midst of this load shedding? Because we have youth who are intelligent, who can bring skills into it, but still, we are still burning fuel to keep our lives on. So what are the other 4 countries doing under the banner of BRICS to assist South Africa, given the situation they find themselves under? And then secondly, the other day we have a conversation around localization, but I'm still puzzled by the idea of we're still importing chicken feet in South Africa. And we call that trade. How is that trade? Chicken feet. And
thank you so much.
I'm just giving you a thought to think of. If we're saying trade and we're importing chicken feet, then we're not going anywhere.
Thank you so much for that.
Lastly, just one point. Okay. Just one point, and I've been in conversation like this once, where we're always saying, especially in African context, we're always saying Africa should, Africa should. What are we doing with those people who are currently in the space trying to create something? Why are we not creating or providing, let's say, assistance? Let's say maybe it might be capital assistance or financial, any means of assistance. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the brilliant questions. Before I ask our presenters here to respond to the questions and also give us their parting shots, I'm going to ask SAIC spokesperson Ms. Sandiwe Msoni to take the floor and also maybe give us just 2 minutes of her reflections on the conversations that we've been having. Please do take the floor. If she's here, SAIC spokesperson. Okay, that means that we have a bit more time for our honorable presenters. There are questions from young people. There's a question around the BRICS currency, and I'll ask the economists to tackle that one. There's also a question around, come again? Benchmarking, and I'll ask Ms. Stella to take that. And the last questions around energy and real trade, I'll ask our academic and our MMC to tackle that one. But as you are answering, please also give us your parting shots. We conclude our very first panel session. Thank you so much.
Maybe I can start on the Mautwana issue.
Yes.
and I must start because the institution I lead in the last decade has had considerable number of investigations against countries in Latin America, including one of our BRICS partners, and in the Eurozone, on this question of chicken. And let me maybe, my brother, Dr. Kolo, raises something quite important. One of the tasks we have as young people, aside from all of the nice things we like to do, soft life and so on, is to familiarize ourselves with why certain things happen in our society. That's your task as a young person. Is to learn, comprehend, understand, so that you can change the society. That's your starting point. Just as an example on this question of Maotwan, there is evidence that we've seen in the last while that those chicken products are being dumped in South Africa. One of the reasons why they are being dumped arises from what economists would call consumer preferences. So a brief example. In many European countries, the chicken on the bone is not eaten. So they eat the fillets, and so there's a distinction between what is called white meat, which is the fillets and all of those parts, and brown meat. Now, brown meat is a drumstick, it's the mkwepa. I don't know what mkwepa is in English. But it's all of those parts of the chicken. Now, as you would imagine, if they only eat white meat, they don't eat the maotwan. They would not eat the chicken head. They would not eat the gizzards. So in that market, that product is a waste product. It's not a product sold in the ordinary course of trade. And what ends up happening, if it is a waste product, you have any incentive of even selling it in South Africa for 1 cent, because it is 1 cent more than you would have received ordinarily, because it would be a waste product. No one buys it. You go to our retailers, there's something called Top Notch. It's a big protein source for poor households. What Top Notch is effectively, the chicken skins that are aggregated and put together, frozen, put into IQF packs and sold. That is a problem we have. It's not unique to poultry. It's there in many agricultural sectors. Yeah. One of the things we have to confront is we are dealing with people. So trade is a two-way thing. We are told not to subsidize our agriculture. The Eurozone subsidizes its agriculture. And this is where this question of interstate coercion and power, an economist can't give you all the tools. One of the tools is to address the political disparities in power. So I think that's why we have Maotwan. Sure. It is being dumped as a waste product. Brief comment just on the energy issue. I'm not going to go into depth there. I think we need to get into joint ventures with some of the original equipment manufacturers that are in the BRICS countries. There are two, Suzlon in India in the wind space, Goldwind in China as well. I'm not hearing that in the discussion. We're talking about, in the Energy Action Plan, rooftop solar. What is our plan in relation to localization? There are people who've invested in solar locally, deep capacity underutilization. We need to address that. Let me come to the healthcare issue briefly. I think on the NHI, we're dealing with a market structure problem, and I think the Competition Commission has raised this issue in relation to the healthcare sector. I think what we need to think through a lot more arising from COVID is to what degree there are intellectual property restrictions on our ability to manufacture vaccines and to manufacture critical products. And our team at the World Trade Organization is working quite closely on this question. Maybe then just a last comment on the de-dollarization, the de-linking. And I would encourage us to really familiarize ourselves with the work of Egyptian economist Samir Amin, who speaks about this question of de-linking. But I think sometimes we think the gold standard went away a long time ago. Nixon took the US off the gold standard in the 70s. And to be honest, we can still go back to the gold standard. But we have to address one thing. And this one thing is, who is sitting as the counterparty on the other side of trade? Because if you are saying you are going to de-dollarize, best make sure that the other person sitting on the other side has convertibility of whatever currency you use into the currency that they want to use for their purposes. And I think that's where the debate on SWIFT comes in. But all of these are the institutions we need to build. So if we need to build an alternative payments clearing house, then those are the tasks of this emerging bloc in the global south. And I think it's a fascinating and exciting time for all of this to happen.
We'll definitely read the book. Right now, we'll definitely read the book because I think we have so much more to hear from. Ms. Stella, please, maybe a minute because of time.
The mic.
We're squeezed with time.
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think Ayabonga has already touched on the question that I asked. But flowing from this discussion, we must then share I'm not audible.
Press again. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, sorry about that. I was saying Ayabonga has already touched on the question that was posed, but flowing from this discussion, I think it is important to then have a perspective paper that we'll share with our chairship so that they can then be able to lobby these things with the broader BRICS Forum, because if the discussion ends amongst young people and there's such important suggestions that are coming forward and we are not lobbying that into the mother body, then they may not find expression. I do believe that there is opportunity to benchmark. We just have to be a bit deliberate about it and push for it. The NHI has been on course for quite a long time, but I agree with you, I don't know where it is from where I'm sitting. So if we can be able to share that and ensure that the eldership is able to take forward what we have deposited in this forum. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks. I'll only touch, I think, on 3 things which were raised with 1 sentence each. I'll start with the currency issue. And while you were asking that question, an old Canadian Prime Minister came to my mind who mentioned a statement I wish to share with you when he said, once a nation parts with the control of its money and credit, it matters not who makes that nation's laws. Until currency and credit is restored to the state and recognized as its most sacred responsibility, all talk of parliament, of laws, and of representatives is futile and idle. That was the position at the time. All in all, just to say that until the issuance of credit and money is restored into the state, really we are just playing games, right? Now, Professor Chomsky later gave a more succinct reason for why the Canadian Prime Minister, Mackenzie King, would have said that. And he says, you see, in the era of the financialization of the global economy, where money has been printed out of thin air, there's emerged something called a virtual Senate of lenders and creditors who conduct moment by moment investigations into the conduct of the state, and they can veto what that state can or cannot do, particularly if what you're doing doesn't improve your ability to pay back that which they borrowed you. Okay, so a virtual Senate is what you would call a virtual National Assembly, which means your government now has 2 people it accounts to, the electorate, who is often secondary, and the virtual Senate, who are the real owners of power. The old men in the UK called them the masters of mankind, who apply a vile maxim, all for ourselves and no one for anyone, nothing for anyone else. They are very meticulous. They can drop the rand today if you misbehave. And in fact, they've done it. By misbehave, by the way, they mean behave in favor of your electorate. All right. As for the NHI, I hold a slightly, I was in the same classroom as Ayabonga, by the way. So if our views are similar or they diverge, it won't be a new thing. I think we must get closer to something I like to call the public policy making cycle. I have an experience of serving through a research center on a technical task team that was dealing with the issue of free higher education. I won't go into details because of time, but the point I'm making is that if you think policy is made in the government, you really have not familiarized yourself with reality. The real opponents of progress are the virtual Senate that Professor Chomsky speaks about, and they will go at every length. So they don't need leaders, they need warriors. People who are willing to charge towards them and let the chips fall where they may. And that can't happen within the confines of a PESAL number where you must get paid at the end of the month.
Brother Morris?
So I conclude by saying I wish you can study a field called, maybe follow an old ancestor of ours called Professor John Henry Clark, who, by the way, mentored the person who mentored Kwame Nkrumah. And he says, until you familiarize yourself with the process of nation formation and nation management, you fall into very simple trickery bags, like neoliberalism will provide healthcare for all. You fall into those traps, he says, because you don't know who you were before you met an insecure and largely parasitic European. And if you don't know who you were before, you can't know what you lost. Suddenly your taste buds are manipulated, and therefore you don't really know what freedom is supposed to taste, feel, or even look like. That's my position. Oh, sorry.
You see, you give a professor a mic, they
who must teach.
They start professing.
I think Doc has covered largely what I wanted to depart on, but I'll just make a few points around energy. And I think these are what I refer to as game changers for the African continent. You know, the energy infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and, you know, the finance infrastructure in the continent. And these are three interrelated aspects that we need to quite succinctly resolve very quickly as the continent. And I'm saying this because one thing we have raised is that there is nothing called free trade.
Yes.
There is no such thing called free trade. In free trade, correctly as Doc was saying, do as we tell you, not as we do. In the energy debate currently, it's an international debate, it's no longer a national discourse. It's an international debate on energy. The issue is what constitutes a base load of a particular country or continent for energy. In the current context in South Africa, it is coal, Putimanamel. It is coal. It doesn't mean fossil fuel should always be our base load. But what maintains the base load in the continent now, in South Africa now, and which is our comparative advantage on the basis of the endowment that we have, is coal. But Europeans and Americans are telling everyone, decarbonize. But they are not decarbonizing in Europe. They are not decarbonizing. In China, which is a factory of the world, they have not decarbonized because they understand that they need to maintain the base load for their industries. But they are telling you that you must advance quickly for just transition. Do as we tell you, not as we do. That's the free trade that they are telling us.
Thank you.
So Hashung Sheng is correct. They are kicking the ladder.
Yes.
So that Africa does not grow. Yes. So that industrialization here is a myth. Yes. Only what Karl Marx says, the aim is not to philosophize the world. The aim is to change it. Let's change Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow young people, I think this first panel discussion we could continue for another hour or two. It's a topic that I think resonates very well with all of us. I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for actually taking part in sharing this much needed information with fellow young people. More time. I can see more hands. I finally have the hashtag. It's NYDA BRICS, capital letters. Those are capital letters. NYDA BRICS Youth. Let's continue the conversation. I want to take this opportunity to give back to the overall chair. Sure. Thank you so much.
So sorry.
Thank you very much to the firebrands of South Africa, DM. I would be apologizing. Please don't fire me in case they said anything you did not want to hear. But let's give them a round of applause. I think this is what South Africa is made of. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our keynote and the respondent of the day, Honorable Buti Manamela, who is the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. Honorable Buti Manamela is the Deputy Minister. He is a former Deputy Minister in the Presidency, a former Deputy Minister of Higher Education from 2017 to 2019, and has been a Member of Parliament since 2009. Honorable Manamela is also a member of the South African Communist Party Central Committee since 2012 and was elected into the African National Congress National Executive Committee in December of 2022. He holds a master's degree in public policy and development management. May we please rise on our feet as we welcome the Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Karabo Mohali, Executive Deputy Chairperson of the NYDA. And good morning to all of you. Let me appreciate the panel that has just concluded in its vibrancy. I must assure you, Executive Deputy Chairperson, that there isn't anything that has been said here that I do not like. So I must and I think it's a representation of the not only energy, but observations that young people have about our country, about our continent, and also about the world and the future of these three entities which South Africa is part of. And so I really appreciate that engagement, only that I felt that I was a bit set up, whether, well, I've been invited here as a Deputy Minister, so I think I will stick to that role in engaging with all of you, Maurice. But I really appreciate the views that have been expressed here. And as we go on, I'll try and interact with some of the points that I think were quite passionately made in advancing the cause of our country, our continent, and the world. And so I'm really honored to be speaking here as part of this BRICS Youth Trade Convention. And so, since our major discussion is around trade, I thought that the first issue that we should reflect on is the importance of trade for the development of Africa and her people. And so the World Bank makes some observations which are quite interesting because it is the World Bank that makes these observations around the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. It says, this is in their 2020 report, that African Continental Free Trade Agreement represents a major opportunity for countries to boost growth, reduce poverty, and broaden economic inclusion. And that if we implement this African Continental Free Trade Agreement, we would lift 30 million Africans out of extreme poverty and boost the incomes of nearly 68 million others who live on less than $5.50 a day. And also that we will boost Africa's income by 450 million by 2035, which represents a 7% gain, while adding $76 billion to the income of the rest of the world. And so not only will we benefit ourselves, but would also benefit the entire world. And this point is important because there is an interesting observation of Africa's demographic dividend. And it's important that we speak to it in the positive sense, because not only is it to the benefit of the continent, but also to the benefit of the world. But we must not forget the reason why we have this dividend. It is precisely because the entire world has been enjoying years of prosperity and therefore longevity. Okay? Whilst Africa's population is purportedly or has purportedly become younger. But it's because we do not have that longevity. Life expectation in the continent is the lowest. It means people cannot live beyond a certain age. And therefore, this demographic dividend, although in us looking into the future, we have to look at it in the positive sense, will not only unlock Africa's potential, but would also unlock the global potential. And of course, it depends on a whole range of other factors. And I think some of your panelists spoke about change in global governance, change in the freeness of trade, amongst others, but also emphasis on multilateralism and on trade being based on equity as opposed to domination or continued domination of the continent. And so this observation by the World Bank that if we implement the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, we will not only unlock our own potential, but it will also contribute into the global potential. It's quite important, and I think requires no more emphasis. But this trade agreement will also boost Africa's income by 450 billion, or that's the point I just made, and 76 billion of this to the world. And that it will increase our exports by 560 billion, and mostly in manufacturing. And of course, we might have to go deeper into that. It will spur large wage gains for women. It will boost wages for both skilled and unskilled workers. And that West Africa will see the biggest decline in the number of people living in extreme poverty, a decline of 12 million, more than a third of the total of all of our continent. In Central Africa, we would see the decline in poverty of 9.3 million, East Africa by 4.8 million, and in Southern Africa by 3.9 million. They continue to further note that, and I quote, countries with the highest initial poverty rates would see the biggest declines in poverty rates, and look specifically into Guinea-Bissau, which would decline from 37.9% to 27.7%. And it goes on and on about the impact that this will have overall. But I think that for us to better understand what it would take for Africa to achieve all of this, the report notes that these gains will require major efforts by countries to reduce the burden on businesses and traders to cross borders quickly, safely, and with minimal interference by official, and a whole range of other conditions that are suggested by the World Bank report. But I also think it's important that we go deeper beyond the what I call the artificial changes that need to be made in order to improve trade amongst African countries. It's not only about ease of movement. If we've been, and I know we're having quite heated discussions in our country about the movement of people and the classification of those people in terms of the law, and all of that. But if anywhere else in the world, in each continent, we've been giving examples about the best in China's economy and its ability to have lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. Similarly, in India, and comparatively speaking, that more of the BRICS countries that we're partnering with are more prosperous than we are. So there are, of course, artificial and very simplistic proposals in terms of what needs to change. But I think the much more bolder ones, obviously, the World Bank report wouldn't mention, which I think are some of the points that your panelists have lifted. You asked me to respond, Executive Deputy Chair, so I would. And so I think part of your contribution up to the meeting of the heads of states in August, and what need to be infused into the South Africa's agenda and chairpersonship of BRICS are some of the points that your panelists and I think yourself have been raising in response to the panel. That unless and until we see ourselves as a bloc in the continent, we will not see any significant progress in terms of trade, intra-Africa trade, because that's where it needs to begin. That's where it needs to begin. If you look at the list of countries that trade with Africa, very few of those are from within the continent in the top 10 of those countries. And so, that has to be our contribution at BRICS. I think it couldn't have been said more succinctly by members of your panel. Secondly, and I think more importantly, your panel spoke quite strongly about the beneficiation of mineral resources that Africa is endowed with. And I think we've seen examples of how people who control their mineral resources, it could be oil, it could be any of those, and when they decide they're going to starve the world of those resources, what happens? And so we have an endowed in the continent with all these mineral resources. And how do we use that to our own benefit? Firstly, in terms of this multilateral platform called BRICS, but secondly, with the whole of the world. The third point, which obviously the World Bank report wouldn't go on to suggest, as part of achieving all these very noble numbers, is that part of the potential of Africa's youth demographic dividend should lie in its entrepreneurial capacity. Young people have to be entrepreneurs. Okay? Because, yes, the structure and some of the historical realities of both our country and our continent. I've learned a new word today, sophisticated. I think you said sophisticated colonialism, which was apartheid. But because of our history, there are obviously historical challenges that are being perpetuated, that are still part of us. But I think more importantly, if we do not unlock youth's or young people's entrepreneurial potential, we will go nowhere throughout the continent, because in order for us to trade, we have to have products. And we can only produce those products if we have skills or skilled entrepreneurs. And so I take the challenge that some of you have raised, and I think it has to be one of the major issues canvassed, of course, within the continent as one issue that shouldn't be left behind when we discuss issues around Africa trade, and also with the other multilateral structures. So I wanted to mention just those 3 points. And of course, there's more. We have to change the narrative in terms of the discussion around the movement of people within the continent. Because it is one of the major things that is going to be holding us back in improving trade within the continent. So when Maurice said you cannot trade, only free people can trade freely. And so if your movement is bound within certain borders, which you are not even involved in, partitioning, you're not free to engage within the continent, and therefore your goods and your capacity and your potential is therefore also constrained. So those 4 points, I think, should, and I'm sure there are certain, I'm certain there are many from yourselves, about what we need to do in order to ensure that we improve free trade. So, Stella, we are the eldership or part of that collective. Now, as a continent, I think it is extremely vital that we develop the technical capacity to be able to unlock the economic opportunities of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And developing this technical capacity in particular is urgent if you consider the fact that even though Africa is richly endowed with an abundance of natural resources, its people, and in particular its young people, continue to live in utter deprivation. We are home to some 30% of the world's mineral reserve, 8% of the world's natural gas, and 12% of the world's oil reserve. Anywhere in the world, this endowment would be a fortune, but in our continent, it remains a curse, because we know what it means. If it's not civil wars, it is a visit from other countries who would want to determine what the direction of those mineral resources should be. We have 40% of the world's gold and up to 90% of its chromium and platinum. The largest reserve in cobalt, diamonds, platinum, and uranium in the world are in our continent. 65% of the world's arable land and 10% of the planet's internal renewable freshwater source. The importance of making trade accessible to all, and in particular to young people, is not just about giving access to opportunities or markets to those who may not have had them before. So it's much bigger than that. Now, there's an interesting part of the report which I want to base quite briefly on the second part of the report that I refer to from the World Bank, which speaks to youth employment in sub-Saharan Africa, and which makes a number of important observations. And I'm certain we would share some of these. These include the fact that sub-Saharan Africa faces an unprecedented opportunity. Half of the population is under 25 of age. Each year between 2015 and 2035, there will be 500,000 more 15-year-olds than the year before. The population in the rest of the world is or will soon be aging. Africa's youth bulge offers a range of opportunities. The world's goods and services cannot be produced without working-age labor. Along with South Asia, Africa can be the main supplier of the world's workforce, either by producing goods and services in the region or by sending workers to regions with a shortage of workers. Poverty reduction has been less marked because in many countries, the source of growth is primarily oil, gas, and mineral extraction, not labor-intensive sectors such as agriculture or manufacturing, because we've disinvested in those areas. Young people who have weaker link to the world of work than the general population are therefore doubly disadvantaged. In fact, it takes you longer to be young in Africa because you depend for a much longer period of time on your parents. I'm told there's something called waithood. I've just learned about it. So there's adulthood, wait. So that period where your age and your physical structure says you are an adult, but your pockets are not reflecting that you're an adult. Okay. Yeah. It's a waiting room. The cause of urban violence is undoubtedly include factors much broader than employment status, such as inequality and exclusion, yet dissatisfaction with opportunities, especially in relation to expectations, can be a contributing factor. And understandably concerned, especially in light of the Arab Spring, policy makers in sub-Saharan Africa making youth employment a high priority. Focusing on urban youth, they are seeking policies and programs that can ameliorate the dissatisfaction of young people and ease their transition into adulthood by encouraging the creation of sustainable, productive employment. Now, with all these challenges that face young people in Africa, access to trade is an important mechanism to help address the challenges of youth, social and economic exclusion in Africa and other parts of the developing world. To enable young people to participate meaningfully in trade, we as African governments in the developing world also will have to make a number of deliberate and radical interventions. Some of these interventions will have to include ensuring that we make education more accessible to more marginalized and excluded young people. It also means that as governments will have to, amongst others, build more schools in both rural and urban areas, make more financial support available for post-school education in the form of bursaries and scholarships, but also more importantly, we'll have to ensure that the content of what young people are taught in schools, colleges, and universities does not just help to address the immediate national developmental needs, but also equips them with the knowledge and skills to be able to function competently in a modernized and technology-driven 21st century global economy, and as that is underpinned by innovation, amongst others. So, of course, you'll still continue to question the subtext, the intention of our higher education system, which I think is important. Does it serve the needs, interests, and aspirations, not only of our country, but also, of our continent? But reinvestment in education is going to be one of the most important things that we'll have to do if we're to help in contributing, in unlocking Africa's trade capacity, intra-trade capacity, but also trade with the rest of the world. As a continent, empowering young people with the capacity to innovate is extremely critical, as this will also help us solve the problem of transforming African economies and African countries from extractive to industrial economies. We cannot afford another century of simply being supply of raw materials to the rest of the world and in turn buying the same raw materials at 2 or 3 times more, or accepting the dumping of those materials, accepting the dumping of those materials when we have them in abundance. And so in conclusion, making trade accessible is not simply about facilitating access to opportunities or markets. At the heart of this is the question of the kind of world we seek to build. So trade is not an innocent concept that is isolated from everything else that is happening within our geopolitical space. Okay? So probably some of you are here, we're going to be getting this. And so if you see that just as an innocent bottle of honey, without questioning a whole range of other factors as to why is it only in cupboards here in South Africa, why is it not in cupboards in Brazil, in China, in India, but also in Germany and everywhere else. What are the factors that deals with that? So let's not look at trade in isolation, but trade within the context of the world that we live in. A world wherein the majority of the 8 billion plus people on earth will have an equal opportunity to pursue their dreams and realize their full potential without being held back by any form of historical or structural impediments. To make trade accessible is therefore a quest for social and economic justice. We're living in interesting times. The point is, how do we seize the moment as a country and as the continent? Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister, for that wonderful and inspiring statement. You also answered some of the questions that our panelists and some of the participants had. So we appreciate taking your valuable time. You could be anywhere else in the country, but you're here with young people, so we appreciate that you're here with us. The second panel discussion is probably the main reason we're all here. Opportunities for youth in trade. The unfortunate part is that it also stands in between you and your lunch. So we're going to try to be straightforward to the focus of the panel discussion. Without wasting time, I'm going to request Excellency from the Brazil Embassy, Honorable Ricardo Bernard to take the floor. I'm going to also request Excellency from the Russian Embassy, His Honorable Vladimir Polutek, I apologize if I mispronounced the surname. And also I'm going to ask Lebohang Leshika to take the floor, as well as Avesei Komlana to also take the floor. In that order, please. So just to introduce our speakers, His Excellency Vladimir from the Russian Embassy. He's more or less my age, born in '92. He graduated from Moscow State University in International Relations. Okay, we share more or less the same thing, also International Relations. Under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he has an MA in International Relations. He speaks various languages, Russian, English, Hindu. We need to teach you one of South African languages. Yes. He's an attaché at the Russian embassy here. And I think he's also going to reflect a lot on opportunities that are there for young South Africans to be able to study in Russia, do business in Russia. When he's done with his presentation, I urge you young people to please don't let him take the motorcade and leave for the embassy. Do speak to him. Also on the panel, we have Mrs. Avesei. She is passionate about socio-economic development, 8 years experience in the financial industry, and she has a lot of perspective on the financial sector, especially that she is a key stakeholder in promoting sustainable development growth. She's also a reporter and a researcher in the financial sector, Transformative Council. Academically, she has a master's degree in economics, and her dissertation focused on analyzing the systematic review of the Southern African Development Community foreign direct investments. So a learned sister on the panel. We also have on the panel the board chair of the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. And when I was speaking to her earlier on, she was double checking if colleagues from the Gauteng Enterprise Board here, right? And they're here. So she comes with, I'm sure, goodies and opportunities for young people. Ms. Lebohang is a registered chartered accountant under the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. She's passionate about serving the public and believes everyone can do with their knowledge in serving the public. Other than that, she joined the South African State Theatre in 2018, and she has vast experience in the financial sector. This panel discussion will just cut to the chase. Within the BRICS framework, what are the opportunities for youth? What is there for youth? Let's move away from the ontology, the epistemological foundations. Let's go to what are the tangible opportunities that are there for young people within the BRICS framework. How can young people seize the opportunity of South Africa actually chairing the BRICS Alliance this year to get meaningful opportunities? So with that said, this time around I'm going to start maybe with the ladies. I'm going to ask my sister Lebohang to just start with the board. What do you have? What opportunities are there?
Oh, I can. All right. Realocha. My name is Lebohang Leshika, as they said. Ka serato ke matlhako mo botse le ka gare ga diatla. Standing here on behalf of JEB as the JEB chairperson, so I'll only be speaking to what JEB has to offer. I think the first panel has really challenged us as we also somewhere in the eldership side of the world. What is JEB for those who don't know what JEB is? JEB is Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, is an entity that is under Gauteng Economic Development. So I am mainly speaking to the youth in Gauteng, but also if you're not in Gauteng, there should be something in your province similar. I may not know, but just find out in your province. So Karabo said that I must bring money. But I do not doubt that as JEB, we are very intentional about supporting the youth. In our APP, we have 3 programs, and there's not a single program where there is no target for the youth. Starting with the administration program, where we channel procurement towards youth. Our target for the current year is that 45% of everything that we procure must be procured from youth businesses. We also have another target in the investment management. There is a budget that is set aside only for the youth as blended finance. JEB, we loan money, so we want it back. But because we also understand the struggle and we understand where we're coming from, that's where we're bringing the blended finance. That means that it's a combination of a loan and a grant. There is a portion you return and there's a portion you don't return. Under the enterprise support and regional operation, we also have a youth fund program that offers business development support, because we realize that you have people who are passionate about what they want to do, but they're not necessarily entrepreneurs. They just know what they want to sell, but they don't have the skills and the knowledge of running a business. And as I said that we offer all this and to everyone also, but the ones that I've just mentioned are the ones that are specifically for the youth. That can be a startup, it can be a contract finance. This is where you have a PO already and you do not have the capital. We also offer the existing businesses to grow, or you can be going into franchise. We also fund that. There are criteria, and we are very intentional and unapologetic about those. Your business must be 51% black-owned business, 100% South African-owned. You must comply with the statutory laws. I'm going to come back to this. It must be a viable business, and priority is always given to women, youth, and people with disabilities. I said I'm going to come back to the compliance. As he introduced me, I'm in finance, I'm an auditor first. And the reason we speak also of viable business, and sometimes you may wonder why you were rejected. It is the question of, and when you go home, you need to ask yourself this question: am I really an entrepreneur? And the reason I'm asking this, or I'm saying you must ask yourself this question, The minute you receive that PO, they pay you, I'm going to speak of small money, not very big, 200,000, the first thing you do is walk into an iPhone store before you pay your salaries. There is no difference between your business account and your personal account. I'm speaking from experience, as I used to do the books for some of the SMMEs. And you see what is happening in the bank account. You can't even account for it. So you need to start questioning yourself and asking yourself that the whole point of getting money is to make it grow. It's not to spend it. And those are the things that we look at. And I would like everybody who's sitting here today to go and question themselves. Draw up your 3 months bank statement and just browse through it. Today, when you get home, and ask yourself if you are really building. The previous panel spoke of opportunities and the youth and what is needed for the youth. But the youth has to be the solution. I don't like saying that young people are the future. Because if you're the future, it means you're only going to start bringing solution when you're at my age. And I don't doubt from the previous panel that the young people we have in here have found their generational purpose. The question now is, where do we go from here? And I think this is the point where we should thank the NYDA for having these initiatives to say that we can't sit with all these minds at home. Let's expose everybody, everywhere, to also be the solution to young people, to also create employment. We are in the we are in the process with our youth fund. Basically, we employ, but we are not employing employees. We are employing our future employers who are going to make a difference in the country. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the lady with the money bag. You need, how many of you here have run businesses? Can I just, oh, wow. It's majority. You're gonna be busy before, see her before she leaves. Now I'm going to ask my brother from the Brazilian embassy, Ricardo, to within, you can actually present from the interest of time. Within 5 minutes, just share with us within the BRICS framework some of the opportunities that young South Africans have, as well as what opportunities young Brazilians could have also here in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, let me thank the organizers for the invitation and for their hospitality here today. It's a pleasure to take part in this session alongside my fellow panelists. I would like to begin my brief remarks by mentioning a very interesting piece of data. Between 2018 and 2021, growth between BRICS as a bloc and the rest of the world grew 10%. But growth among BRICS countries exclusively grew even more, 14%. I think this is a powerful indication of the dynamism that exists in the relations between the BRICS countries, a dynamism that goes far beyond the strict government-to-government relations, however important they may be. Because that growth in trade is led, in essence, by the private sector. Governments, of course, have a role to play in that domain by removing trade barriers, agreeing upon health certificates for animal products, and even in the domestic sphere by providing appropriate regulatory framework or an efficient logistics infrastructure. But actual trade, of course, is done by the private sector. Is there entrepreneurship, their creativity, the quality of their products and services. There are good hard work that, in essence, underpins the ever stronger relations, economic relations between the BRICS countries. And of course, youth is already a part of this process. They engage informal settings that exist under the BRICS umbrella, mainly the Youth Summit and also the Young Scientists Forum, but also in the Business Council and the Women Business Alliance, among other settings. And this engagement adds up to their contribution in the day-to-day relations between the countries. In the specific case of Brazil-South Africa relations, which is our main concern here at the Brazilian Embassy in Pretoria, I think it's important to highlight, first of all, how young each country's population is. As you know, more than 60% of the South African population is composed of people under 35. In Brazil, it's 53%. Even if we take a more strict age bracket, under 25, the figures are still impressive. And the bilateral trade already presents opportunities for young people to apply, develop their skills, and make a difference. The more readily available opportunities are there where the trade is already substantial and well established. In the case of South African exports to Brazil, mainly mineral products in the platinum group, aluminium, but also coal and some kinds of mechanical equipment. In the case of Brazilian exports to South Africa, sectors like poultry, sugar, coffee, paper products, parts of airplanes, tractors, and also minerals, such as iron and zinc. But it's kind of a consensus, I think, between our governments and the private sectors on both sides of the Atlantic, that the potential of the trade relations between Brazil and South Africa is much broader and yet untapped. And to take advantage of that potential, of course, we need the creative, the lively engagement of youth. One of the sectors that has already been mentioned by previous panelists is the energy sector. I think the renewable energy sector in particular. As you know, Brazil as a developing country has many challenges, but if I could say that perhaps in one area in which we could perhaps be seen as a model is the power generation. Most of our power electricity comes from renewable sources, mainly from hydro with 57%. But we are also making inroads into wind energy, already 11% of our electricity, and biomass. And so combining Brazil's experience and South Africa's needs, I think we have the right conditions to develop further collaboration in that domain. Another area that I would highlight is that completely different. It's the video game industry. This is a sector that's growing quite remarkably in Brazil. In the past 5 years, the number of video game development companies jumped from 370-something to more than 1,000. There are more than 4,000 undergraduate courses in video game design and development in Brazil. And I think this serves as an example of the broader science and technology and innovation domain, which I think holds a particular large potential for young people to apply their skills and to develop their skills. Of course, one of the ways to do that is actually moving to another of the BRICS countries to actually pursue studies, and there are mechanisms that facilitate this student mobility. For example, Brazil offers scholarships, full scholarships, including a monthly stipend, which is important to many countries of BRICS, and including South Africa. And many of South African students already are taking advantage of this opportunity, many of them in the science, technology, engineering, mathematics domain. But going back to my first point, I think it's the connections between the private sector, the civil society that really build the foundations of strong relations between countries, be it at a bilateral level or at a plurilateral level, as in BRICS. The growth in trade in the previous years has shown that we are already doing that, but of course there's much room to do more. And we think youth is a part of this and must be so if we are to build stronger relations in the bloc in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother Ricardo, and I can attest to you, I can let you know that the people of Africa, in particular the people of South Africa, love Brazil. We grew up watching the World Cup and supporting Brazil. When President Lula got re-elected, we celebrated because we know he's very instrumental to the strength of the BRICS. We want young South Africans here, instead of going to Europe, to go to Rio de Janeiro, to go to Sao Paulo and go enjoy Brazil. We also want Brazilians to come here and enjoy the beauty of Africa and South Africa. So we hope that you continue liaising with young people here to increase one of the pillars of people-to-people relations. With that said, I'm going to ask my brother from the Russian embassy, just 5 minutes from where you're
What about ladies first?
She's going to conclude.
Okay. What would you prefer? Would you have me on the dais or here? Here's good. Okay. Thank you so much, dear friends, dear colleagues. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to address such an outstanding audience and colleagues and organizers and participants of the BRICS Youth Trade Convention. As I've been introduced, my name is Vladimir. Here I'm responsible for everything BRICS related as per Russia's participation. As you know, there's a huge buzz coming up this year. Probably and hopefully everything's going to be sorted out, and we are here. Yeah, and we are here to support our South African friends in their hosting of BRICS this year, in their chairship in BRICS this year, and just to go through my very long proposed statement, I'll just briefly say that BRICS as a grouping is a truly unique format of cooperation, where 5 culturally diverse nations and distinct civilizations interact on the basis of equality, true friendship, and mutual respect. And in this regard, humanitarian and people-to-people ties, and especially youth cooperation in different areas, play a special role in this regard. This is a testament to the sheer vitality of the very concept of BRICS, its ever-growing attraction for people of the 5 countries, including and especially youth, laying a solid foundation for friendship, mutual trust, and affinity between the peoples of our countries. BRICS, or as sometimes informally our South African partners call it, the Big Five, the other Big Five, we have come a long way from the informal club of interest, sharing the views on topical issues on the international and regional agenda, to innovative, multifaceted strategic partnership, meaning that we right now are encompassing and comprising of about 70 mechanisms on different levels on the 3, as we call them, 3 key pillars of our cooperation, that is policy and security, economy and finance, cultural and humanitarian exchanges. BRICS has truly become a platform of like-minded countries with coinciding or similar views on the basic principles of the international relations, established itself as an influential factor in global political and economic processes. Naturally, each BRICS country is unique in many aspects and has their own priorities and is determined by the real needs of economic and social development of each particular BRICS country. Cultural diversity and distinct civilizational roots of our nations add particular stability and standing to the Big Five, strengthen our broad and diversified cooperation, generating synergy and creative solutions aimed at achieving shared goals, including the primarily one on this very high political note, I would say, to create favorable economic and political conditions for the economic growth and development and improvement in quality of life of our citizens. In this regard, we pay special attention to the contribution of our youth, and we have, I'll just keep a lot of info, sorry for such a messy presentation from my side, but still, we do believe that in our cooperation, youth play a very crucial role, because in here and in BRICS we do share a sentiment, and we are guided by the spirit of Ubuntu, as you call it, because we do know that we are, because we are not against anyone. As my colleagues already before me has said, BRICS is not anti-Western grouping, as some countries try to depict it. We are not trying to demolish things. Of course, being fairly said that World Bank somehow is not the world as it was supposed to be, but in that matter, in this regard, we are trying to propose an alternative to make every other country, to make every world member get and understand that the voices of the developing world, especially global south, it is heard, they are respected, their interests are included when it comes to developing common agenda and finding global solutions to global problems. And of course, we as BRICS nations, we contribute at every extent possible to make sure that our countries are heard, our countries are the examples of the genuine, as we call it, genuine multilateralism, that we are building our relations between our countries on the parity foundations. We are equals, and of course, when it comes to economics on the financial system, we look forward to creating a new, more balanced global economic environment that will lead to helping our countries prosper domestically. And as for particularly the BRICS Youth contacts, I'll try to make it short. Besides the BRICS Business Council programs and BRICS Women Alliance that already was here announced, we do have, and as you know, Russia next year will be the chair of BRICS. I'll just outline briefly the huge vast of opportunities for our dear South African youth colleagues and our BRICS partners to participate next year. It will be organizing events in more than a dozen Russian cities. We would like to be guided by the principle that our dear South African colleagues has once introduced, to show BRICS to a member country and show member country to BRICS. So we will be inviting our dear South African colleagues to come to Russia to experience different programs for youth, especially that we are preparing. One of them is BRICS Youth Camp and BRICS Youth Summit. Will be creating a lot of events such as BRICS Youth Business Incubator that was firstly commenced in 2020 and produced a huge experience exchange, I guess, between the BRICS youth entrepreneurs in the field of doing business in BRICS, how to navigate ourselves, the entrepreneurs, how to navigate themselves in the world of BRICS, exchanging experience in direct B2B, not only by the G2G level, but B2B level as well. And we do believe that is very important so that our youth will have the direct contacts between themselves. We have established last year, and we invite more participants from South Africa for the next year's top 100 BRICS entrepreneurs. We have this international award system covering nominations in different areas such as social responsibility, innovation, startups, ecology, breakthroughs of the year, marketing, public relations, health, skills, digital cooperation, etc. We'll be organizing several business forums that we would like you to visit, of course, and we welcome you to participate in them. That business forum, the youth business forum that's organized both in Moscow and in St. Petersburg, where organizers provide free access, and of course we'll guide you for establishing direct B2B contacts. We have for a more political level the Federal Agency for Youth Affairs that are trying to create a platform or a network of possibilities for youth entrepreneurs to to communicate with each other, to have this ability to get experience from each other and to get proper connections so that their businesses will prosper. We have several programs such as A Day with Entrepreneur. We have Business Doesn't Sleep program where participants of this program can have an opportunity to spend with the grown-up entrepreneurship and maybe have some kind of exchange of views or having some guidance in this regard. We have also the Club of Young Entrepreneurs in Russia who are trying to get this, while sharing their experience, trying to communicate with the government so that they will ease, for example, their conditions for them and will help them to grow their businesses on their own. We have also the mentoring system established in the country. And we have another opportunity for the international cooperation. That means different kind of, we are accumulating different entrepreneurs, not only for BRICS, but also BRICS Plus countries. And we will share the experience with them, trying to create a favorable condition to grow. Thank you so much. Sorry for keeping you away from lunch too long.
Thank you so much, my brother Vladimir, for just, I know you have so much to share, and I hope at lunch and when we're done, you'll be able to connect with young people here. And I'll say this to you, my brother, that we understand the situation that's taking place in the global arena, the shifting geopolitics. The illegal use of economic sanctions against a sovereign country remains illegal in the multilateral world that we have. And we know that unilateral economic sanctions have been used by the developed West, especially the United States, for countries such as Zimbabwe, Iran, and lately Russia. It's something that we, as youth of the developing South, should stand against. We should be in solidarity with countries that are grossly affected by unilateral sanctions, by countries that are more economically powerful. So we do hope that the next BRICS summit that's taking place here in South Africa will definitely have the presentation of our leaders. With that said, there's a presentation that, a video presentation that needs to be played next before the next speaker.
The Financial Sector Transformation Council is established through its constituencies as a core transformational body within the financial services sector, mandated to at its nucleus, drive and measure transformation through the legislative BBBE framework and other complementary empowering provisions. In addition to this, the broader mandate of the FSTC is to support economic growth and inclusivity while overseeing and enforcing the implementation of the amended FS Code, which serves as the central component of its transformational pursuits. As transformation requires sound collaborative efforts, the FSTC's constituencies, who jointly assist in advancing its mandate, are: with these collaborative efforts, the FSTC's vision is to be the most powerful driving force behind a transformed, transparent, and accessible financial services sector across South Africa.
I'll take the floor. Okay. It's fine. I can stand. It's okay. Good afternoon to our prestigious audience and my fellow panelists. It's such a great honor to be embraced by such young, hopefully we're still vibrant at this time, but super talented entrepreneurs who are ready to transform and ensure that we can grow the economy of South Africa. Before, I would like to take this opportunity just to thank the NYDA for inviting us, the FSTC, to deliberate on the role of the Council plays on transforming for the inclusion of youth and ways that it can create opportunities for trade. So I'm going to have to skim through all of this, but hopefully I won't be going too fast. Please stop me. Sing me a song first, then I'll stop. So as echoed on the efforts of the Financial Sector Transformation Council to be the most powerful driving force behind a transformational, transparent, and accessible financial service sector across South Africa. The preamble of the 2017 amended sector code details that, notwithstanding significant progress since the establishment of a democratic government in 1994, South African society remains categorized by racial income and social services inequalities. And these inequalities themselves have manifested into the country's financial services. It is from these challenges that they impressed the government to introduce a sound BEE framework to address the economic and social disparities that have been deemed upon South Africa as one of the most unequal societies in the world. And as such, transformation is very important. And therefore, looking at the transformation and looking towards growing to a more inclusive and equitable society, the financial services sector uses the instrument of the Financial Sector Code to transform the pursuits of all participants within the sector towards proactive measures that promote dynamic and involvement of all, for marginalized communities as well as the youth. Now, within this, it focuses on 7 BEE elements, and I'm just going to list them, but for those who want more detail can come and discuss with me afterwards. These elements revolve around ownership of equity, management control, development, skills development, preferential procurement and ESD, socio-economic development, as well as consumer education, as well as empowerment financing and access to financial services, which will assist many of you entrepreneurs here with your small and medium enterprises. Now, when looking at these elements, they can be used to drive opportunities for youth in trade through the enhancement and equipping of skills, filling up the gaps, and ensuring that everybody within the youth who are talented can ensure that they progress within South Africa and beyond, not only within the financial sector. Now, looking at the financial sector itself, it is uniquely positioned to advance this financial inclusion instrument. And in transformation to date, it truly does require new and innovative ways to respond to the current dynamics of the country. And in initiating such, the FSTC itself does produce the State of Transformation Annual Report, at which it aims to outline the measured entities, i.e. the financial institutions, performance within the sector. However, gaps still exist. Gaps mainly when it comes to the skills development and the management control. I just wanted to reflect back on what was discussed or echoed from Stella, from the first panelist, and this is regarding the redressing of education. So even though the effort code itself creates those backgrounds to ensure that youth themselves can grow within, there are still that misalignment within South Africa's education system and the preferential requirements of optional absorption. Now, when I speak to that, it comes to the type of educational background. As for example, you might find specific entities wanting to hire others from Model C background and not looking at those who also have the rural educational background. And this can also cause gaps with understanding how they can transform and grow within that industry. And that also needs to be relooked deeply. When the legislation itself was implemented, which is another problem, it was based on voluntary principles that required critical introspective from measured entities to find it within themselves to execute the requirements to ensure that transformation is achieved and opportunities for youth are presented beyond South Africa, beyond the sector, to other points of trade. So the daily mantra of South Africa, indeed, is the need for transformation. And the existence of an organization such as the FSTC's nature itself puts itself in a position where it can unearth opportunities for the youth to thrive, trade, exchange ideas, and meaningfully participate in the economy of South Africa. However, there is a need to expedite impactful transformation. So in closing, I would just like to put three key pointers to the floor for you to ponder on and to ask. Is that firstly, the financial sector does need to develop a legally binding enforcing compliance mechanism of transformational in the targets. As we evolve, the transformation and the codes need to evolve as well to speak to this reality. Secondly, to finalize the review of the Financial Sector Code, which has been outstanding since 2007, to ensure that, I'll be done, almost there, to ensure that it is user-friendly and it addresses all the issues within the true BE aspect. And lastly, the review of the FS Code should allow for all the elements themselves to be measured against critical socioeconomic indicators and for the groups to align to its respective targets to the demographics and designated groups of the country. As government and both private and public sectors have a shared responsibility in accelerating the pace of transformation. Thank you. I wasn't long.
Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I don't want to stand in between you and your lunch. I can tell that you're becoming a bit restless. Sugar levels are down. In the interest of time, I've been alerted by our deputy chair to unfortunately not have the question and answer. I'm going to request our panelists to give ample time for our participants to engage you. Please don't get into your motor cage and leave. But I'm going to take a minute to break a bit of protocol and request I apologize for breaking protocol, but in African culture, when you've got elders around, you give them an opportunity to share a bit of wisdom. And our Excellency, Dr. Vaja Lucian from the Embassy of Mauritius, it's been here with us. Maybe we can give him a minute or two to just share his wisdom on we as young South Africans, what we should look at within the BRICS framework. My apologies again, Deputy Chair. Please, Excellency, if you could share your wisdom with us.
Thank you, Program Director. In fact, it is a surprise. I did not expect to speak here, or else I would have given you my name to be on the panel there. So, everything I thought we said so far are very interesting to a lot of countries, because earlier I was speaking to my friend who came from Durko, that there are more countries now willing to join BRICS. And this is a good sign for BRICS is becoming stronger and stronger. And I don't know how this could help small island states, which are called SIDS, throughout the world. Because if I take the example of Mauritius, which is a very small island in the Indian Ocean, and with a limited population of 1.3 million, as compared to China, it's 1.4. India will be overtaking China very soon. So some of the problems could be how the small island state, development state, could benefit from this. Okay, even BRICS expand further. Okay, which I hope is a good sign also. Now coming back to Mauritius, I said it's a small island. We have no resources, no minerals, nothing except our shallow lagoon and beaches, okay, and a population which is from different sources, African descendants, Europeans, Indians, Chinese, 2%. So we are a mixed population, but we are living peacefully so far. Which brings me to highlight that in the continent of Africa, Mauritius is #1 in Mo Ibrahim Index. Good governance, doing business friendly. Okay. Now we are tourism, textile, and a lot of more, 10 sectors we are talking. And last week only, I learned that Mauritius has been designated as the safest country in Africa, which means you understand what it is. And beside this, although it is small and limited amount of land, actually there are more than 25,000 South Africans who have established their home in Mauritius. They bought property, they're doing their business from there, and they just travel on and off when it is required, as I am doing next week. Next week I'm going to Mauritius for 2 weeks. So it is interesting to see how these small islands, in Indian Ocean especially, we have the Seychelles, the Comoros, Réunion Island is part of French territory, and Mauritius, and other part of Africa northwest, we have the Spanish island and so on. So it could be interesting to see how these small islands could benefit from BRICS, because BRICS are big countries with big economy, a lot of population. So it would be interesting to listen a bit from the panel how this could be. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much, Excellency, for those words of wisdom. And you forgive me, I'm a young man. I get overzealous from time to time. A round of applause for our panelists. With that said, I want to hand back to the rightful owners of this podium. I'm getting overzealous here. The panel discussion is over. Thank you so much. I hand it over to the overall chairs. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for our panelists. God, even the clapping is no longer clear. Let's just give them a round of applause again. Are we hungry? Are we hungry? Don't worry. We're actually heading towards the end of our program. But I'm thinking that the real entrepreneurs in the room would be more geared up, because this second session of the panelists, they are focusing more on the solutions for entrepreneurs than just listing the challenges. GAP was here, which they actually gave us some insights on the loans, on the grants that are available. It is actually exciting now that I'm about to call Keketso Temane from APSA, who is a consultant for enterprise development. Her specialty and focus is on financial and non-financial support for small and medium enterprises. So as the energy levels are dropping gradually, don't miss this opportunity from Auskeketso, because she will be speaking about support for small medium enterprises. Let's give a round of applause as she's coming on stage.
Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. Okay. I'm also hungry. I actually saw something here that says we should only eat when we are about to faint. That's the only time we should actually eat. So let's sit down. Thank you so much. And thank you, Cornet, for that introduction. So I'd like to first and foremost thank everybody who's sitting in this room, and thank NYDA for inviting us to this event. And I hope that right at the end, everybody will walk away with valuable information that they can go out there and share with our counterparts. And in so saying, the first things first, I think if finance actually is very important. Why is it that finance is important? So it's important for various reasons. So you might find that one needs to purchase assets, or goods or raw materials. So this means that essentially one would require, so essentially anything that will push your business forward requires that you need to have finance. This is why finance and funds are obviously known to be the lifeblood of any business. So, this one. Yes. Okay. All right. So it simply means that we cannot function properly unless we have adequate amount of money accessible to us or to our businesses. So in so saying, ABSA is committed to solve the needs of sector players. We address key sectors' needs by providing access to finance and supporting sustainable businesses. So, of course, we are aware that there are challenges within different types of industries. So now, access to adequate funding is actually one of the challenges. So these are, just to name a few: financial management, supply chain, which we all know is vital for the business, as well as transformation. So now, as ABSA, what is it that we would then focus on to address participants' core needs? So some of the pointers there is what we will focus on, whether it's building long-term relationships, helping businesses grow, helping businesses to put together or build financial profiles, positioning strategic differentiators, long-term growth, and so forth. I'm not going to go through all of that. But then, how is it that we would then address that as a bank? It would be through offering financial assistance as well as non-financial support. So through our non-financial support, depending on where you are as a business, so you might find that you are still at a startup phase. If you are in the startup phase, we would then look at assisting you through some of the programs that we've developed as a bank. I think some of the offerings label from GP, I think our solutions are quite similar when it comes to offering non-financial support. So the example that I made is a person who's still at a startup phase. So if you are that specific entrepreneur, we will then focus on assisting you to provide you with the skills that you will need, that will equip you in starting your business. And then if you were a person that is in the growth space, we would then help you to accelerate. So an accelerator program would then be a solution that is important to you, which will assist you to move to the next level. Over and above that, it would also be in terms of offering coaching and mentoring to further support you. So all these, this focus that we, the focus that we would then place on the participants' core needs really would be through that non-financial support that we offer and finance. How do we do that using finance? Most of the entrepreneurs that we would engage with would be entrepreneurs that come from a space where they have been offered purchase orders or government contracts. So now, purchase orders actually are the quickest form to try and assist clients to build a financial profile, because then when the entrepreneurs approach, our solution would be to offer them with an overdraft that would then assist them in executing that purchase order, so that when they come through again to ask for further finances, we are then able to assist based on historical information. So enterprise development division is obviously a space where I come from. So it's enterprise and supplier, but I focus more on the enterprise development space. So now, my space is specifically designed to enable SMEs to access finance, taking into consideration the reality that one wouldn't necessarily have lengthy trading history or a balance sheet to support the required lending. So we all know that when one walks into a bank to access finance, ideally you'd speak to a banker who would ask you to provide annual financial statements. So if you are still at a startup, or you perhaps not at a startup phase, you have been operating, but you are not in a position where you are able to provide annual financial statements, we will then look into assisting you, placing reliance on projected cash flow, which would obviously provide us with information that shows us that the quality of the business model is able to obviously satisfy the need of the business. So this approach enables us to improve SMEs' access to finance and broaden financial inclusion. So enterprise development, we also do collaborate with multiple corporate entities across different sectors to offer access to finance to previously disadvantaged SMEs who have been awarded contracts, I've mentioned that already, to implement projects in the supply chain of the corporate. We provide access to finance to qualifying SMEs without the need to provide collateral. So I think this one I've already touched on, that the solutions that we really have is the type of solution that looks into that. I think I'm going to run quickly into this. So under business as usual, where one is rejected because of lack of collateral, we would then look at the following solutions that are available. So it's agri-finance, but this is primarily for primary agriculture, and automotive finance, aftermarket. These are guys who are in auto space and tire fitting and so forth. Empowerment finance is for everybody, and then women empowerment finance would obviously focus on women entrepreneurs with businesses % Black-owned. So the benefits are listed on there. I hope you can see the slide. I think I'm running out of time. So these are the benefits, but I think what I wanted to touch on was on the basic criteria. So I need to stress on that one. Our basic criteria is that the business has to show profitability. We must provide evidence for revenue. For any business that approaches, that's really how we would then lend. And then expertise. Of course, if you're going into whichever business sector, you need to have the relevant experience or skills in that space. So it is imperative that the owners of the business have the expertise in the sector that they are in. Operations, if you are more than one owner of the business, it's quite imperative that one of the owners, they have management control on a day-to-day running of the business. And then in terms of banking, ABSA has to be the primary account holder of the business. And this is also essentially to assist clients in where they're struggling as a business, because then they would have a relationship that they hold with a business banker. I've really run quickly through these slides, but I think this is where I'm going to stop. Thank you so much, and my team and I are outside, so I'm hoping that you will come through and engage with us with regards to some of the offerings that I've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sis Keketso, for sharing with us the opportunities that and support that exists for our SMEs. I hope that in the room, it's not only hunger for food that exists, but hunger for your businesses to succeed as well, right? So next up, I'm going to invite an NYDA representative to tell us about the grant that they have as well to support SMEs. Sorry. All right, so it looks like we won't be speaking on the grant. We'll move straight to the vote of thanks, and this will be done by Mr. Raymond Matlala.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. As they've said, my name is Raymond Matlala. I am from the South African BRICS Youth Association. And I do want to start by acknowledging our hosts for really driving the program quite swiftly, even though we were running behind schedule. Also our moderator for also pushing the panelists to finish on time. Let me take this opportunity to, in absentia, to acknowledge the respondent, the Deputy Minister. Let me also take the opportunity to acknowledge His Excellency High Commissioner of Mauritius. As we hit closer to the discussions of today's trade convention, I have some of the key points that I've taken from the speakers. The difficult part about giving a vote of thanks is that you can't prepare. You need to sit and listen and make key inputs and outcomes. I mean, during the opening, we really had the executive deputy chair who made reference to what we call industrialization, and I think what I took from here is not talk the talk, but walk the talk, and this is why we're here. I mean, she and the team made sure that they brought us all here to walk that talk. And DECO came in and talked about the BRICS priorities, which are 5, and I'm not going to get into them. But what was a key takeaway for me is that BRICS is not seen as an alternative, but it is seen as a voice for Global South. And I think that is something that we can take with and utilize. And we saw also a presentation from IATF and inviting us to Egypt. And I hope you are ready. Your passports, if you don't have a passport, please go and do a passport. So that we can go to Egypt and witness and network and get some of these opportunities. They spoke about checks. You saw 42 billion USD deals were signed there, and perhaps you would be one of those that are counted in this 42 billion. Now, interesting, the panel discussions. We had 2 panel discussions on youth perspective on BRICS priorities, and some of the key things that I took away there was do as I say and not what I do. And we've seen it in all the years that we are told what to do, but the ones that are telling us what to do, they really don't do those things. And an example is on the issue of just transition. And one of the other key things was we really consume what we don't produce and we produce what we don't consume. And I think that is something that we need to take away as young people that wants to go into business and trade and start thinking about what trade looks like in the next coming 3, 5, 10 years for Africa, with a particular focus on our BRICS partners. And another thing was, we cannot have just transition which threatens the employment of our societies. So we also need to take that away when we think about this new thing called just transition. And I like the term equitable just transition. And we've also heard that there is a serious need for education system to be transformed. You know, I think in the past years we've seen the reform, but we've not really seen the transform. We've seen the transformation, but not the reformation. So we've just changed phase, but we still kept the system. And I think it is upon us to look at what education, the skills of the future looks like for us as young people. And very importantly is give young people opportunities to lead because they've got the capabilities. As my sister said, as that experience collapsed our municipalities. Therefore, give young people an opportunity to lead. And something that also came strongly was the reform of multilateral institutions, IMF, World Bank, United Nations Security Council, WTO, WHO, and we've seen it during COVID with WTO in terms of IPs for COVID, is that it is not for the global South. And that is why this concept of BRICS representing the voices of global South collectively is quite exciting for me. We've also got some questions around why can't Brazil help us with health? Because they're doing well there. Why can't Russia, India, and China assist us with energy? Because they're doing well there. And I do want to challenge all of you to really raise those issues. And through the South African BRICS Youth Association, where we're going to submit the policy recommendations to DECO, what are some of the collaborative areas that you see us collaborating with other BRICS countries, and we will be sure to include those in our recommendations. And the DM came in to respond to the vibrant panel discussion, and I think one of the key things that the DM touched on was the impact of the free trade agreement. And now we're speaking theory, but how do we practicalize that and ensure that implementation is taken into consideration for the continent? As it is a tool that allows us to get to those figures. But how do we get there? I think it's some of the questions, some of the things that you need to think of and think about and propose those solutions. Next month, we host Africa BRICS Youth Forum, and three of the topics is on Africa Free Trade Agreement. And we would like to get those solutions that we're going to present to DECO to consider for the BRICS leaders in August. And the other interesting thing that came from the DM was the African dividend, that we are younger in population. So as a result, the African population is younger, and this is also similar to other BRICS countries. And this is in our advantage. In Europe, they've got an older generation, and now you'll see migrations and so forth. I'm saying don't go there. Stay here in Africa and fix our continent. On panel 2, that was mainly about opportunities. We've had those opportunities from Jeb, talked about procurement for youth, 45%. We always hear this, and I want to challenge all of those, even government, to really provide those statistics, not just say, this is what we have secured. Come here and say, 2023, we had 45%, and this is the percentage that was provided for youth procurement. We really need to challenge government to start giving us stats on those issues. Brazil, they spoke about energy sector, video gaming industry, very lucrative business in Brazil, but I think also biofuel, they are doing very well, exceptionally well on biofuel, and that's an advantage that we can take in subsidizing for some of our energy crisis. And Russia, last month, 2 months ago, we hosted the BRICS Youth Innovation Summit, and I'm glad to see one of the winners in the agricultural space from Brazil, Rodrigo, here. As we brought in about a delegation from Brazil from about 14 from Russia, so from 14 sectors that are investors in those sectors. And those are the opportunities that we want to unlock for young people in these countries. There are sanctions in Brazil, in Russia by the West. And one of the discussions we should have is, while the Western companies are pulling out of Russia, what is the opportunity for BRICS? And what is the opportunity for young people? And I challenge you today to identify an opportunity in Russia, and when you identify it, come to us. We will provide that opportunity for you to explore and start that business. We can only say BRICS is not working for us if we have tried and we've gotten pushback. And also, I just want to touch on some of the opportunities in Russia. I mean, we work closely with Russia BRICS Project Office, the BRICS camp, all of that. So we're quite involved there. But one of the key things that we also unlock is St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. This year, Russia hosts Russia-Africa Economic Forum. And there, the 6 winners of the BRICS Innovation Summit will be presenting in St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. And that's how we unlock these opportunities for them to present to the larger market. I think APSA came in and spoke about the opportunities for funding, and let us also explore that. Colleagues, without wasting any further time, I was told that I'm standing between yourselves and lunch, and I know how that feels. Thank you so much for really participating. Thanks to the team for putting this together, panelists, but most importantly, delegates. Otherwise, we would be presenting to empty chairs. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. Can we please have all the panelists, the speakers on stage? Just for a moment. All right. Thank you. This leaves us at the end of the program. Thank you for coming. I hope you have learned a lot from today, and have a great day. Are they getting lunch or they're not getting lunch? Okay, so there is. I was just confirming if there's lunch or not. So there is lunch. I think you will be advised as to where to go from here. Thank you.
Just before we leave, the 3 young participants that participated, we're going to be giving you books from Ayabonga Kawe and a bottle of honey, just to say thank you for the contribution. You should have a small token that says "Be Limitless." Just please raise your hands so the ladies can give you your gift, which is a book from Ayabonga Kawe and a bottle of honey. Thank you very much and have a lovely day.
The $1 million belt.
The $1 million set.
Yes.
People know where to get lunch. It's just...
Hello? It's not agent. I'll call you now. No, I'm going to call you in a couple of minutes. Sure.